Una pata negrita, como nos gusta a los ibéricos. Para comprobar si esto es de buena calidad, vale, ven, acompáñame. Toma. Cógela. Joven, chupa, chupa. Chupa, chupa. Chupa. No quiere. Marwan. ¿Dónde está Marwan?
Ahí tiene, ahí
¿Dónde está Marwan? Toma. Toma, toma. Marwan. ¿Dónde está Marwan? ¡Marwan! ¡Toma jamón! ¡Toma! Bueno, como podéis observar, una pata.
Did. Okay, sorry, I screwed up and boomerized that. How we doing? I'll start over. That was the coach of the Spanish World Cup soccer team, and he's chasing them. It's not an animal leg. That is the leg of a Spanish ham, and he decided to be a very nice coach and pass it out to give it to all the Muslim players. And as you can see, they were not happy, and they were not interested in having any of his dried, smoked Spanish ham. So they were not happy. But let's see who's here. Lady Bama, great to see you tonight. CF Rob, good to see you. How's it going? Sanglant, awesome to have you. Steve Hilliard, great to see you. Brian Ogden, always great to have you in the chat. Lurch Lingers here. I hope it's fixed now. That was my boomerization. Boom Boom 42, how you doing? Great to see you. I have it fixed, I believe. Mr. Sneaky Sean, good to see you. Karen O, yes, it was a pork, a smoked ham. That's what I guess in Spain they have like a very good like aged, dried smoked ham that they leave the hoof on like that. So, no sound, American Dreamer. Okay, just me. I got you. Thanks for being here. Gigi's mom, how you doing? Happy Florida girl. Good to see you. Sherry Gatlin, awesome to have you. Dan Gagax is here. Sorry, Jim, missed most of the week watching your show. College football took a dump. So a lot of live shows for me. Well, that's great. Thanks to have you here. Awesome to have you. Karen O, good to see you. Miss Hacker's here too. None of your business is here. Miss Yeah, Steve, yes, what's up? And then, oh, look at this. We had a $5 super chat. Says, I'll give 5 to release the Kraken. Sorry, Bella isn't a sea creature. Well, thank you. Thank you for the 5. I will deduct that from the banner. That just means that we are now $95 away from adding a first additional hour and just $45 away from the Bellavision. Jonathan Marcus is here too. So is What the F. Thank you so much, Brian, for the 5. Doc 47, good to see you. Awesome. I think I have everything pinned. I just have to do iRules here. What's up? Yeah. They even have cutting boards with racks to slice them on. Yeah, it's great. It looks like a deer leg. No, it's a smoked ham, dried, some kind of Spanish delicacy. I'll be around later, Gators. All right, well, good to see you. You got to love that coach. That's right. Fran VT, what's up, Queen? Great to see you. Hank's here. Emerald Eyes is here. What's up? Great to see you. So let me do this real quick. Yes, I rule. Let me go over here to the YouTubes and set up the goal for the evening, because that's how he likes to roll with it. Roll with the goal. We'll set it up. So we'll say 20 super chats, $5 or greater for 2 hours. And the way it works, everyone knows, but I'll just say it anyway because I like to hear myself talk. That for every $100 in total that comes in across all platforms, including YouTube Super Chats, Rumble Rants, becoming a member, or gifting memberships on YouTube, Rumble, or Twitch, or Kick, Locals Coins, and Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi, or Super Tips, we will add an extra hour to the show. And then for each additional $100 that comes in, we add an additional hour to the show. Why is this not working? There we go to the start. It started. All right. That's right. Looks good. And then as a bonus, we like to do is we add Bellavision to the screen when we hit $50, or if an individual person is so generous that they donate $25 or greater, we activate Bellavision for the evening. All right. And please, if you're new here, please remember to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. It really does help with the algorithm, and we like that. We like that a lot. Well. We got a bunch of news to talk about tonight. A bunch of news to talk about. Sylvie's here too. What's up, Sylvie? Great to see you. Got a bunch of news to talk about tonight. And the first news story of the evening is that Trump is threatening to take over D.C., to end D.C. home rule if this Janice Lewis George wins, because she is a communist, socialist, whatever you want to call it, anti-American. She's anti-American.
President Trump is weighing in on next week's D.C. mayoral primary, threatening home rule if one of the top candidates wins. Today, the president speaking out against D.C. council member Janice Lewis George, with early voting already underway.
Well, I wouldn't like it, and maybe we'd take back Washington, run it on the federal basis. We won't put up with it. We're not going to lose our business.
Polls show her leading over the other frontrunner in the race, former councilmember Kenya McDuffie. Tonight, in an exclusive interview you'll see only on Fox 5, Lewis George responding to President Trump's threats.
We're not going to get ice off our streets by fearing this president, and we're not going to protect our rights or home rule by obeying in advance. And threatening home rule because you do not like how residents vote is an attack on democracy itself.
The Constitution says that D.C. is not supposed to be part of any state. It's not supposed to have any government. It's supposed to be run by the Congress. The Home Rule Act, which was passed in 1973, is unconstitutional, and there shouldn't be a D.C. City Council. There shouldn't be a D.C. mayor. There shouldn't be any of these things. So we can have a choice. We can either give the rest of D.C. back to their home state of Virginia or Maryland, which Maryland, I believe Virginia already got all theirs back. So Maryland would get back all these people like her, would go back to Maryland. Or we could take back the port of D.C. that is in Virginia and make D.C. square like it's supposed to be. USA is not a democracy. That's right. So these people don't know. People that vote for communists should be deported to communist nations. I agree. Yes. Well, in that case, be silent, woman. That's right.
And the people of D.C. elect the mayor of D.C., and they want someone who will stand up to Donald Trump.
And you can catch my full interview with candidate Janice Lewis George coming up on the Final Five tonight at 11:30.
Wow. Well, look at this. We got Dan, I owe for missing a week. Let's see the star of the show. Here she is, The Bella girl is here, coming to the stage, and the main stage is her place. Yeah. Yes, Bella Vision is right there. Thank you so much, Dan. I owe for the week. That's right. And then that means, folks, with that $25, that means we are now, as we speak, just $70 away from adding the first additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much. Oh, and then Sylvie comes in and says, I will put another 5 on it. Thank you so much, Sylvie. Wow, that means we're now just $65 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you, everybody. Super generous. Yes, Bella's here. Make DC 10 miles square of gallows. Yeah, that's what we should do, right? In June, and they have ice on their streets. Yeah, there should be ice on the streets of every American city all the time. It should be always ice. All day, all ice. That's the best option. Take back Virginia. Yes, because technically the rescission vote that made Virginia go back was not taken correctly. They voted, and the people of DC voted against. The people of the area voted against it, but then it was voted. Two people have voted on it. It was the city of that group that was in DC, and then the county in Virginia voted. But because the people voted in the county for them to come back, they said, "Oh, well, that's okay," even though the people in the city voted against it. So the actual people that were part of DC did not want to go back to Virginia. So technically, Trump could just go. That was the Constitution says it's square. It's square. China BRICS currently taking over the U.S. dollar. Why China giving dollars to corrupted people to destroy USA here? I don't know. Another 5. Oh, me too. Wait, did I miss it somewhere? I think it's another. Oh, from right here from Rob. Me too. Thank you. Jim, your drum roll and register blew out my ears. It's much louder. Well, what? I don't know why that's happening. I have it turned down. Something keeps messing with my. I shut it off, and Windows keeps fucking with my volume and turning my volume on my mic down. I don't know why it's doing it. It shouldn't be doing it. I don't understand it. I don't know where Windows gets off doing this. Wow. So that means right now we're just $60 away. Thank you all so much for the generous donations. Thanks to CF Rob. I'm trying to correct it, Fran. Here. Yes, they all cheat. It's Microsoft not so soft. It's crazy. I don't know. I went in and I shut off the the thing to say for communications. What's to say? Scarlett wants to see her pick up there. We did a photo shoot. Which Scarlett? Which Scarlett are you talking about? I wonder if Melania will spank Donald. I don't know. My apologies for getting here late. Greetings all. Well, thanks for being here, Joe. Which Scarlett you talking about, Irule? YouTube are Dems, all Dems. Yeah. I have to keep checking to see if they adjusted my mic. All right. It's driving me nuts now. Is Scarlett? Your stepdaughter is Scarlett. Oh, okay. Oh, that's your stepdaughter? Okay. I am Quack. Hear me, Duck. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Duck Fat? Thanks for being here. So, yeah, so that's what's going on there. So let's see what it says. President Trump threatened to invoke the Home Rule Act to take over Washington, D.C., depending on the results of next week's primary. What we know, Trump was asked about next Thursday's Democratic mayoral primary election. $5 to Jim for President Bunt's birthday tomorrow. Well, that's only $1.99. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That's only $1.99. Thank you so much for the $1.99. So that means we are now $58 away from adding a first additional hour. Thank you so much. What is there something today? Got to check other stuff, obviously, to see if something came through that I didn't know about. No. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Did she have a good time in the tent? A lot of fun? No problem. You're fine. Don't worry about it. You're throwing me off. Forgot to slide to 5. That's cool. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What time did you come on? I didn't get a notice. I just came on at 9 o'clock. So I don't know what's going. I don't know why YouTube does that. It doesn't send out notices. They're trying to keep me down. It's full of bugs. The tent. Yeah. It's hey Nixie Nix, great to see you. I don't know a lot of things you used to do for like that when I would. There was this thing called Yard Guard. It was a spray you would spray outside before, like during the day, and it would settle into the grass to keep the bugs away. That way, it would last all night. But I don't know. It's probably not good for people. It's probably one of them things. American Dreamer says, Rob can't count. Well, thanks, American Dreamer. Thank you so much. But that means we are now $55 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thanks, everybody. Love you, Rob. Yeah. So, but I don't know. It's probably bad for you. That's right, Lurch. Tell them, tap that like button. Hit the like. Hit the like. Come to Florida, bugs rule. Yeah. But I don't know if Yard Guard is still one of them things that you can actually use or not. It's probably not good for people. So what we know is on Thursday, Trump was asked about Tuesday's mayoral primary election. DC Council member Janice Lewis George, a demon rat socialist, is considered the front runner. Lewis George is leading by over 11%. What they're saying, how he'd feel, he said he wouldn't like it. Well, I don't like it. Maybe we'll come back and take Washington, run it on a federal basis. We won't put up with it. We're not going to lose our business. Oh, happy Flag Day and happy birthday, 4547, Donald J. Trump. That's right. Thank you so much, Joe, for the 2. That means we're $53 away now from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you, everybody. You don't use poisons, just feed the lizards. Well, I'm saying that's when I was a kid. Hey, what's up, Great Eagle? Great to see you. Another plan perpetrated by a man designed to keep a brother down. We used to spray, but don't trust it anymore. That's what I'm saying. Back when I was a kid, everybody did all that stuff, but who knows what that did? Maybe that's what made me so stupid. It's possible. I mean, just look at me. Probably from all the spray. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? What's new today? Well, we're talking about it. Hey, is this the same video? It's probably the same video.
Now onto a Fox 5 News alert with just days ago until the D.C. mayoral primary, President Trump wading in, threatening D.C. home rule.
The president expressing his concerns if frontrunner D.C. Councilmember Janice Lewis George wins Tuesday's primary.
Well, I wouldn't like it, and maybe we'd take back Washington, run it on the federal basis. We won't put up with it. We're not going to lose our business.
That's right.
Lewis George seen it.
There she goes. Lewis George, the socialist, seen as the front runner. What is the Home Rule Act? It says the Home Rule Act established the D.C. Council in 1973. Hey, Jim knew the year. What do you know? One section of the law lets the president take over for 48 hours or up to 30 days during emergencies. The other side, in an exclusive interview, Lewis George called the threat an attack on democracy itself. We're not going to get rid of ICE off our streets by fearing the president. Yeah. McDuffie's campaign issued a statement following Trump's comments saying DC decides who'll be the next mayor. As mayor, I'll fight tooth and nail to protect home rule and defend against MAGA federal overreach. Like, yeah. Yeah. I would dissolve everything if I was Trump. I would just be like, yeah, there is no more DC city. The city council's gone. The DC Metro Police are now federal employees. The DC courts, the DC circuit courts that are, the actual DC court system. Bye-bye. Yeah, I'd say get rid of it all. Good evening, my fellow conservatives. Not that Karen. Great to see you. Thanks for being here. Gene, what's up? Gene Lay, how you doing? Trump might as well just do it now. They'll tie it up in the courts for months. They can try. They can try. Justin News says Trump warns federal government will take back D.C. if Democratic Socialist wins. Why would they want ICE gone? Because they want to keep the illegal aliens. That's what they want. They want to keep the illegal aliens. That's how they keep the citizens, the voting citizens, in line, is illegal aliens, to murder them, rape them. You know, that's how they do. Trump is vowing the federal government will take over the nation's capital if the socialist wins. Trump's statement was in response to a reporter Thursday comparing Louis George to that of the commie Mandami, who also ran a promise to enact socialist policies in the city. The reasons are ridiculous. Why would they want ICE gone? It is. That's right. She's been showing a lead in the race. She's running in the Democrat primary, which is June 19th. The win would assure her of the mayor's post. Oh, D.C. has not elected a Republican mayor since home rule was enacted in 1974. Yeah, it hasn't had a Republican mayor since it was enacted. Wow. They want to ship more illegal aliens from another location within the U.S. Yeah, they just get them there and protect them. And the Gateway Pundit says, Trump threatens to invoke D.C. home rule, take back Washington if socialist wins. We won't put up with it. Asked about how he feels she won, he wouldn't like it. Trump previously signed executive order declaring a crime emergency, invoking powers under Section 740 of the Home Rule Act to federalize the police. He also deployed hundreds of federal agents and National Guard troops across the Capitol. Section 740 allows the president to take control of the Metro Police Department under special conditions of an emergency nature. By the way, Washington now is safe and beautiful. One of the two leading candidates is socialist. Yeah, so they got to go. I wouldn't like it. This beautiful place, people are coming. Restaurants are thriving. Restaurants were all closed. Nobody wanted to come. Now you can't get any restaurant space. You can't even get into them. We have a thriving community. We got rid of the crime. We're 92% down on crime. Think of it. We're going to be close to 100% soon. I mean, if you're 100% soon, why would that be? Jim has an old office. We grew up on Howdy Doody and Captain Kangaroo. Yes. Captain Kangaroo was a Marine. Just remember that. Hey, Catherine K., great to see you. I hope you had a great weekend staying cool. Well, I'm trying. Spent a little time in the pool today. So Washington is thriving. Memphis, the people came in from Memphis, 74% reduction in crime. New Orleans, think of that, 78%. They had the safest Mardi Gras they've ever had. You know why? Because we sent people to take care of the crime. Chicago should do it. New York should do it. Los Angeles should do it. We make them safe places. You need to take a trip to D.C. after your shoulder's healed? Yeah, I'm thinking about going. So we already, this is probably the same clip.
This is the reason why your electricity bill never goes down.
Why?
There's an issue with
Mr. President, here in Washington, D.C., there's a Democratic primary for mayor. One of the two leading candidates, Janice Louis George, is running a Zoran Mandami campaign. It's focused on socialist policies. How would you feel if she emerges victorious in next Tuesday's?
Well, I wouldn't like it, and maybe we'd take back Washington and run it on the federal basis. We won't put up with it. We're not going to lose our businesses. By the way, Washington now is a safe, beautiful place. We had 22 fountains dug that are all working. Not one of them worked for years, for 25.
The captain was a Marine, never knew that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, I'm like 99% sure that Captain Kangaroo and Mr. Rogers were both Marines. Just saying.
5 years, 40 years, 58 years. The pool didn't work from 1928 it was built. It always leaked because it was done in stone. Now it's done properly. It's not going to leak at all. But this is a beautiful place now. People are coming. Restaurants are thriving. The restaurants are all closed. Nobody wanted. Now you can't get restaurant space. You can't get into it. We have a thriving community. We got rid of the crime. We're 92% down on crime. Think of it. And we're going to be close to 100% pretty soon. You always have some whack job someplace, but we're going to be close to 100%. So Washington is thriving. Memphis is, the people came in from Memphis, 74% reduction in crime. New Orleans, think of that, 78% reduction in crime. They had the safest Mardi Gras that they've ever had. You know why? Because we sent in people that take care of crime. Chicago should do it. New York should do it. Los Angeles should do it. We'll make them safe places. Thank you very much, everybody.
No, see, because like Lisa says, Lisa Day, great to see you tonight. So Democrats don't mind losing seats to Democratic Socialists? No, because they're all socialists. If they minded, they would say you can't run in our party. They would say, no, you're not a Democrat. You're a Democrat socialist, so you're not part of our party. That's what they should say. They should say you have your own party. You're not a Democrat. You're a Democrat socialist. Have a nice day. But if they would let communists run in their party. They do. They aren't very bright. Deport all the socialists to Cuba, please. They have a base rate here in Washington State. If you don't use anything, you still pay. That's how it is where I live too. It's for water and for electric. They have a minimum thing. Like I think we pay for like 15,000 gallons of water no matter what. And I honestly, in the wintertime, I don't usually use that water. In the summertime, I do because I have to fill the pool. So you end up using water in the summertime, but it's like, it sucks because it's like, hey, why can't you just like credit me the water I didn't use in the winter? Because, the pool don't evaporate as much in the winter as it does in the summer. We get more rain. It's rainy season in the summer technically, but in the winter we get a lot less. Fred Rogers wasn't a Marine. He failed his enlistment physical. Then became a minister. I met him years ago. I could swear something. Was there another TV? Was there another TV guy then? I'm thinking, wasn't Mr. Rogers? Was it someone else? Because I know Captain Kangaroo was, right? And there was two morning guys that were Marines. I swear it was Mr. Rogers. No, I'm thinking. Communists have a system. Hello, everyone. Democrats have a true open tent that's only open to Satan. Yes. Now I got to look this up because oh, okay. I see what it is. It seems that there was a guy. The reason everyone thought Don Adams was a Marine. No, neither were. No, what's his face right here? I can show you. Mr. Captain Kangaroo was a Marine. Yeah. Bob Keeshan, known as Captain Kangaroo, was a Marine. And it said for years there was the rumors was that that Mr. Rogers was a Marine. That's because there was a Marine scout sniper named Fred Rogers. And so everyone thought it was him, but it wasn't him. Yeah, the real life actor by Mr. Green Jeans, Huey Lumpy Brownham served in the military in World War II. Brownham enlisted in the Marine Corps. Bob Ross was Chair Force. I mean, I can show you right here. Ed McMahon was also Marine. But yeah. Anyway. All right. The kind of side derailed the show there, but it says there was confusion. So I was wrong about Mr. Rogers, but finally made it back to a live stream. Well, thanks for being here. Biden ended the Scout Sniper Training School. Well, that's dumb. A lot of people joined the military after December 7th. So we're not going to get off. We're not going to get ICE off our streets or protect home rule by fearing the president. Well, you're not going to get ICE off the streets because it's federal streets. So don't know what to tell you. Should the president have the authority to override DC's government? Yes. Whenever federal interests are directly affected, that's what we say. All right. And then we kind of talked about this last night, but next story is Ed McMahon never worked for Publishers Clearinghouse. What was it? What did he did? I thought he did the checks. What did he do? Was that something else? Was that something besides Publishers Clearinghouse? Was that a different one? The Democrats going to try to cheat. I beat you bet. Well, I think so. Probably, definitely. So Trump eliminates the Tren de Aragua leader in Venezuela. U.S. military eliminated leader of the Tren de Aragua narco-terrorist gang Hector Ruslan Ford Guerrero Flores in a strike inside Venezuela. The 42-year-old drug lord, widely known as Nino Guerrero, was the leader of the transnational criminal syndicate spanning South America, United States, and Europe. At my direction, United States Southern Command delivered swift, lethal kinetic strike to execute Nino Guerrero. Well, should he be saying that? I mean, I don't mind it, but J.D. Vance not running for 2020 elections here. Why not? What do you mean he's not running for elections? 2028 is 2 years away, dude. Trump assured the narco-terrorists like Guerrero are no longer have a safe haven in Venezuela or anywhere else. Under my leadership, we will find these vicious murderers and drug lords anytime, any place, and send them to the depths of hell where they belong. Guerrero led TdA, a terrorist organization. It's one of the most fierce gangs in Latin America. The BBC observed that under Guerrero's leadership, TdA expanded into Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Chile, and diversified from extorting migrants into sex trafficking, contract killing, and kidnapping. The 2028 election is next year here. Where is there? Are you in Canada? What are you talking about? I mean, I don't know. And so earlier this week, in full collaboration with Venezuela security forces, they conducted a strike to kill Nino Guerrero. Guerrero's reach extended far beyond the criminal underworld. He used his drug trafficking profits to gain political influence and secure protection. The drug lord had ties to Venezuela's ousted president, Nicolás Maduro, and was named as a co-conspirator in the indictment. Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, are sitting in a New York jail cell on drug trafficking charges following their capture by the U.S. military in January. According to Reuters, TdA is known for being involved in human trafficking and controls routes taken by Venezuelans and other South American migrants heading south to the relatively prosperous Chile and to other destinations in South America and Europe. Wow, that's interesting. I thought they were going north. I didn't know they went south. That's interesting. They went south. And I thought they went north. That's weird. That's odd. What happened to my YouTube? Can you guys see me? Something just glitched. I heard J.D. Vance is not running. I don't know who told you that. Campaigning? It's too early. Yeah. The Venezuelan government cooperated with the U.S. in this operation that led to the killing of the wanted narco-terrorist. Venezuelan authorities confirmed their involvement in what they described as a joint operation. So Pete Heggs has confirmed that the U.S. forces struck them in a compound in Venezuela. TdA quickly became the target of the Trump immigration enforcement after he returned to office in 2025, putting the gang at the center of his deportation blitz. Hey, we got another 5 from Lurch Linger on the PayPal. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lurch Linger. I'll give you a heart on that one. That means right now, folks, we are just $48 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Well, thank everybody. It's been so helpful. JD will still be VP. Yeah, I see you. Okay. Oh, yeah, probably because Trump's going to instate the Insurrection Act. And stay in office. No, he's not going to do that. I see dead people. Oh, that's terrible. Guerrero Flores in December was charged by the U.S. with racketeering conspiracy and lending support to terrorists, along with other crimes. The State Department offering a $5 million in reward for information that would help to arrest or convict him. Federal prosecutors in December called him the mastermind of Tren de Aragua, evolution from a Venezuelan prison gang into a transnational terrorist organization. In July, he was sanctioned by the U.S. government alongside 5 other alleged TdA leaders and affiliates over claims that they engaged in numerous crimes, including the illicit drug trade, human smuggling, and trafficking and money laundering. So we saw this. The strike is part of a wider U.S. campaign to combat foreign crime and drug gangs. On January 20th, Trump signed executive order designating TdA and El Salvador's MS-13 and 6 Mexican gangs as foreign terrorist organizations. Well, not really Mexican gangs, they're Mexican cartels. And calling them Mexican gangs like a little not so good. Like not so much. What's going on with the court news on Maduro? He's still going to court as far as I know. On Friday, Trump announced that the United States, along with our friends, took out another very, very bad guy. Guerrero was the kingpin of TdA. No news of Maduro courts hearings. Why not? And I don't know if you don't understand, Great Eagle, but in the U.S., the federal court systems move very slow. Like you'll have a month, 2 months without any hearings or anything. Like I don't know when the next hearing is, and they don't broadcast them on TV. So I miss my dead friends too a lot. Yeah, me too. TdA dates back to 2014 when a man named Hector Flores was locked up in the Coran prison, which is located in the Aragua state of Venezuela. Wow. So 2014. Huh. Obama was president when TdA was formed. I wonder if he was part of it. So MOS 0322 Reconnaissance Sniper is the current MOS Infantry Scout Sniper for U.S. Marine Corps snipers, established in 2023 as part of the Force Design 2030 restructuring. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that the Army's always doing stupid shit like that. And court reset after more resets. Yeah. That's what happens. So they have a continuance and they push it out and they try to do things. Because of Guerrero's growing power, the jail essentially turned it into a luxury resort and included a zoo, a nightclub, and a swimming pool. Families of inmates moved into the compound. Inmates had access to a makeshift bank, a betting shop, a restaurant, a baseball diamond, while their children could marvel at the flamingos and ostriches in the animal enclosure. Meanwhile, Guerrero came and went as he pleased, reportedly living like a king. He had his own floor in the prison. What? What's going on with that? That don't sound like a prison. That don't sound like no prison. That sounds like what that sounds like what they did with the bureaucratic bullshit. That's what's going on. Martial law might come because of all the Democrats cheating. Well, it could. He also had no major rivals or opposition, which helped him grow. TdA throughout Venezuela. It eventually made its way to the Colombian border. By 2018, it was spreading through other South American countries, including Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, Chile, Bolivia, and Brazil. Leaders in these countries reportedly put pressure on Venezuela to shut it down. In 2023, the country's government reportedly sent 11,000 soldiers and police into the prison to take control after the fact. They claimed it went off without a hitch. However, Guerrero was currently 41 years old, wasn't there, though it took Venezuela some time to make this information public, and a manhunt began across numerous South American countries. As of last summer, the State Department, in conjunction with the Colombian National Police, had offered a $5 million reward for his arrest, as well as an additional $7 million for the arrest of 2 other TdA leaders. Escobar, yes. Nicolas Maduro claimed TdA didn't exist, but the reality is that he was using the members as his own henchmen, sending them to the United States and other countries to wreak havoc, and even reportedly having them kill some of his enemies. Joe Biden's open border policies played right into Maduro regime's hand. They replaced the infantry scout sniper MOS 0317 designation, phased out because determined that infantry battalions required more robust all-weather intel gathering than dedicated sniper platoons. You know, they made that same mistake, Gundam, after World War I, and then they had to bring them back for World War II. And then, if I'm not mistaken, they had to bring them back for Vietnam, and then they got to stay after Vietnam. They stayed all the way, I think all the way through. Sorry, sidetrack. No problem. I like the sidetracks. Wish I didn't know what I didn't know then. Bob Seger, Against the Wind. Great song. Okay. While Trump and Marco Rubio designated them as foreign terrorist organization almost immediately. The fact our friends in Venezuela played a role in this, and let's face it, and by they, I mean acting President Rodriguez, really didn't have a choice to play ball. It's an incredible turn of events about what's going on in that country. Just 5 or 6 months ago. I won't rehash the whole TdA story, but you can read more about it, the truth behind TdA. So what exactly happened? Before I returned to office, Joe Biden opened our southern border to millions of illegal criminals and allowed a foreign army to rape, maim, and murder American citizens. Wow. Sailing, take me away to where I'm going. Any news on Tim Walz, Keith Ellison, and Omar Fraud? Not right now. You like Fire Lake to Stevie? Yeah. Christopher Cross sang that song, Sailing. He also did he had like 3 very good songs. He also did but then he just like disappeared. He also did the theme to the Arthur movie back in the 80s. And then there was one more, man. I can't remember. It was a very like, I can't think, man, it's going to come to me. Yeah. I pledge to expel the monsters from our country, including the precious murderers that they slaughtered, including precious 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungery and 22-year-old Laken Riley and countless other beautiful cats. I listen to music of the 80s all the time. Yeah. Not 80s, 70s? Okay. Year of the Cat. I Am the Scat Man. I Am the Walrus. Cuckoo Cuckoo. Oh, Run Like the Wind, right? That's the other one. Run like the wind. Do do do. Run like the wind. Knopfler did one good song. Can't recall the name. Yeah. With this action, the military has brought retribution for them, their families, and their loved ones. That's good. Secretary of War Hexa confirmed the news. Inagata da vida. And so did Southcom Weeks. Oh, wait. Pete Hexa says, yeah, they did the attack. We extend our gratitude to Venezuelan security forces for their help in getting Nino Guerrero. That sax solo in Year of the Cat is outstanding. He was a Republican. Nars Carmelo, great to see you. Happy Saturday, guys. Has the U.S. military bombed Iran again? I don't know. Maybe. I have a feeling that before this is over, there's going to be more bombs dropping. That's what I think. Because I think this is just a game they're playing. It's like that song by another great band from the 70s and 80s called the Alan Parsons Project. Games people play. Guerrero was reportedly hiding out in the Bolivar state, specifically the mining area around Las Claritas at a TdA compound. Flower power. Yeah. Bet that hurt. Yeah, that's going to leave a mark. Alan Parsons, great band. Yeah. Great. A lot of great songs. Like a lot of people don't know, like if you ever hear like when the Bulls come out, like a lot of sports teams play Sirius. when it's serious, which was in the lead up to the song called "Eye in the Sky." It's that goes into it. It says, eye in the sky, looking for you. I can read your mind, dun, 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 thinking of you. Anyway, what mental gymnastics does Tucker have to vote for Plattner? Or is he just a paper? Oh, if he said that, everyone should just never talk to him again. Yeah, Whitesnake's a great band too. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. Sammy Hagar. Yeah, Sammy Hagar is great. I'm sure the lefties in the U.S. will be besides themselves over it, but my social media communication with my Venezuelan contacts are any indication most sane people in Venezuela and Latin America and the United States are celebrating as much as they did with the capture of Maduro. The Silver Bullet band in Bob Seger is the Silver Sax. If you ever see him play, it was flammable and burst into flames. Wow. Gracias, Trump. Trump bombed our country. Gracias, Trump. After the killing of the Mexican drug kingpin El Mencho, head Chavista thug Diosdado Cabello in the U.S. most wanted narco-terrorist with the highest reward offered, we will wait. Hey, Jake Hudson, how's it going, bud? Great to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for being here. Fubar, David Lee Roth. Yeah, David Lee Roth. I like David Lee Roth too. Like, I honestly, I prefer Van Halen with David Lee Roth. I like their songs better than with Sammy Hagar, but I liked Sammy Hagar when he was part of, damn it. Now it's gonna, oh my God. The band, he was part of this band in the 70s. I want to say Sammy Hagar. Oh, fuck, man. Not April Wine. What the hell's the name of the band? The California Girls video. Yeah. Like, I like the Ice Cream Man. I'm the Ice Cream Man. Tell me when you're stopping by. Phil Collins. Montrose. That's right. With Ronnie Montrose. That's right. Ronnie Montrose. Montrose. Don't look at me. I can't remember shit. Yeah, I have Montrose. Yeah, thanks, Jay. I have CRS. Can't remember shit. You saw Bob Seger front row in KC? That's awesome. Wow. Editor's note, thanks to President Trump's administration, we respected on the world stage again. That's great. We like to be respected on the world stage. New York Post just says, Tren de Aragua leader killed in dramatic airstrike, marking new level of cooperation with Venezuela. The leader of TdA was killed in a swift and lethal joint military strike with the U.S. and Venezuela. Like Van Halen and DLR, Music Was Cleaner with Sam, more Rock with Dave. Ever see Boston? I have seen Boston, actually. I have seen Boston. They used to have, Boston used to come and play at this place called the World Music Theater like every year for a while with other stuff that were really good. And they're good. I used to like them in concert. They were good. I just remembered to stop working. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Is that loud enough? Because I could barely hear that, but as long as you guys can hear it, that's all that matters. Oh my God, tornadoes, go downstairs. Be safe, be safe. Be safe. Thank you for the 5, Brian, and please be safe, American Dreamer. With that 5 now, we are just $43 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Look at that. We're more than halfway there, and we're not even halfway through the show. That's great. I seen them with both the original lead guitar and the new lead guitars were playing their guitars to each other, letting them feedback in their own pickups. Wow. It was fantastic. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, one of the funnest concerts I ever went to was Ted Nugent at the Holiday Star in Indiana back in like 89, 90. Man, Uncle Ted can rock. Did she say tornado? Yeah, she's going down high for a tornado. Your ring is louder than you again? Seriously? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be louder. Take Toto with you. Well, I like the band Toto. Jim has my Van Halen photos front row. I sat next to Ron Jeremy. Yes, he did. Okay. Yes, she did. Yeah. Uncle Ted. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's one Uncle Ted. And then the other Uncle Ted is Ted Kaczynski, but I don't like to talk about him and get me in trouble. Be safe, American Dreamer. We're praying for you. Yes. Let me know. I'll turn it down some more and see if that works. Was that louder than me again? I'll get it right if you guys keep telling me. Kofi, what's up? Great to see you. Thanks for being here over there on the kick, holding it down. You seen BB King in the Fillmore? Well, that's awesome. From 84 to 90, if I saved all my money spent in concerts, I could have retired years ago. Part of the force realignment grew out of the belief the Corps, maybe all forces went too far into coin operations. We focus on naval expeditionary warfare and competition with near-peer adversaries like China and Russia. Blue Oyster Cult was really good. Yeah. Like way back. I don't know what that means. Take it up to 11, Jim. What do you think I am? Spinal Tap? I mean, I have it. Snipers will now be organic elements of the Force Recon instead of separate units. A long, long time ago. Sounds good at that level? Okay. So, yeah, so that's good. That's good. That's good. And we'll do this. I don't know why I keep screwing this up. The thrill is gone. Baby, the thrill is gone. Sat next to Shark, Orlando DJ during Collective Soul concert. If Plattner wins, what does that say about candidate quality? If Plattner wins, that says a lot about a lot of stuff, man. A lot about a lot of stuff.
Trump has claimed an infamous Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua, is overwhelming police in multiple U.S. cities. One of those is Aurora, Colorado. For tonight's In Depth, CBS's Lilia Luciano traveled there to get a reality check from the city's police chief.
It was an executive order that paved the way for hundreds of Venezuelan migrants accused of being members of Tren de Aragua to end up in this maximum security prison in El Salvador. The White House alleged that the gang was conducting irregular warfare.
Hold on. Did you see all those tattoos on those guys that said MS-13 and all this other stuff? But yet the people tried to say they weren't gang members. Remember? They're like, oh, they're just a hairdresser. They're just this.
States. Aurora, Colorado was supposed to have been the front line. Todd Chamberlain is the police chief. This place has been described as ground zero. Why is that?
Because I think it is ground zero. The Aurora Police Department has probably a better understanding than any law enforcement agency across the nation right now about what TdA is, how they operate, what they do, based on, fortunately, on our fact that we had to address it.
Chamberlain took us around this condemned apartment complex in Aurora.
The video is here, and the actual doors they were pounding on were right here.
This doorbell video went viral last summer. Alleged members of TdA were terrorizing other migrants.
This gang is terrorizing law-abiding citizens, including taking over multiple apartment complexes. You have to take a look at this.
So we did take a look, and we were surprised at what we found. Aurora police told us their investigations have identified just 9 TdA members who have passed through the city in the last 2 years. Did they take over the city of Aurora?
No, they absolutely did not take over the city. Again, this is a very big city.
But in February, a small army of federal agents came to Colorado. They did arrest 30 people, but the Department of Homeland Security declined to say if any of them were TdA members.
This group is acting as a terrorist organization.
Then National Security Advisor Mike Waltz told our Margaret Brennan in March that the gang was sent by Venezuela's anti-American dictator.
We are saying that TdA is acting as a proxy of the Maduro regime.
I don't think it was at that level where, it was organized crime, that Maduro sent these people here. No,
Jeanette Rodriguez serves as a liaison between local law enforcement and the Venezuelan migrant community.
So she's so she serves as a liaison. So in other words, she's like the face, the crime face. Like, this is who you're talking to, CBS? Seriously? Is the woman who serves I got him. Mexican cartel is totally trying to take over all the U.S. So this is ridiculous. Like, she serves as a liaison between the illegal Venezuelans and the cops. Yeah, liaison. Wouldn't that be called like part of it? Part of wouldn't she be a criminal?
Exploited by gangs.
They go around and they follow the influx of migrants and they victimize them particularly.
We didn't have a problem. but it was grossly exaggerated, and the fact is we've dealt with it.
Mike Kaufman is Aurora's Republican mayor.
We've had issues with 3 apartment complexes.
That's it.
That's it.
And the complex that garnered national headlines last summer stands empty.
Why is it empty? Why is it empty? Why is it empty? Oh, because the Trump administration went in and arrested all the fucking people. That's why. You guys weren't doing nothing. Nothing. Still not sure about the Corps dumping all the heavy armor, just keeping LAVs and long-range gun arty. Rocket arty will be only long-range precision fire. I don't know why they're doing that either. I think maybe, are they going to you think they're moving them to be more of like a fast response force, you know, like to send in for like an invasion, like a amphibious stuff, but you still need armor for that, man. They should have tanks. I don't get it. What, not bragging about what? He's my neighbor, Mayor Kaufman. Yeah, he's a jerk. Yeah. Removed, sent back home. That's what happened. Conformia. Yeah. I was telling Karen. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have them. I'm going to pull them up in a second. Just 3 apartment buildings. Yes, just 3 apartment buildings. Sure. Just 3 apartment building complexes. You know.
Lilia Luciano, CBS News, Aurora, Colorado.
Yeah.
Your home is where the story of your life unfolds.
So Trump killed the guy. Well, ordered the military to kill the guy. H.J. Remy, great to see you. Thanks for being here. Must suck living with tornadoes. I spent like over 40 years just about in Chicago, and there's tornadoes and stuff. I only saw 2 tornadoes in my entire life. Not bragging about living that close to Tren de Aragua. Okay. So, I mean, I don't know. You don't, they're like one of them things. Like, I've seen more hurricanes than I've seen tornadoes. So that's good. Trump got rid of this guy. All right. And then we got a couple of people that want to wish President Trump happy birthday. Right here. It's Captain Kangaroo. It says, happy birthday, President Trump. And for how long has the Air Force thought the B-52s and A-10 should be retired? Yeah, they keep trying to do it. But it's stupid. The reason, like, that's the argument, but agree, 0 heavy armor or even IFVs seems forgetting Somalia need for a point heavy fire. Yeah, I don't agree there. KPT, what's up? Great to see you. I kind of like seeing Guardia Nacional trucks driving around with 20 guys in the back, being only 38K from the U.S. border. Are you saying 38 clicks from the U.S. border? Streeter, Illinois. Yeah, there was really bad tornadoes that went through Illinois. Yeah. Anyone remember Ding Dong Bell School? You can't miss with the A-10 Warthogs. And couldn't we use a battleship in the perfect Gulf region? Well, we could have. So you're saying at 38 kilometers. Yeah. So we did, during the Gulf War, like the actual Gulf War, we did, the Missouri was there and did fire 16-inch guns during Operation Desert Storm. Well, I think it was it was at the start of Desert Storm. Carlson noted that Plattner's position differ significantly from mainstream leaders within the Democrat Party. Oh, well, that's, in a New York Times interview with Carlson, he certainly appreciates his foreign policy views, specifically highlighting Plattner's vocal opposition. Oh, well, okay. Bangor Daily News. Well, Tucker Carlson can go fuck himself. I'm in New Orleans. We've seen plenty of tornadoes and hurricanes. Katrina was the worst. Oof. And then we got this one. It says, friends, can you say McFryan? President Trump worked at McDonald's. Yes. You lived there most of your life. It's still scary. Yeah. I agree. All right. And then we got this story. Trump team seeks a new way to pay the weaponization victims. Yes. How does Tucker come back from that? Answer, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, me neither. As far as I'm concerned, he can go fuck off back to wherever he came from. I definitely worked on the A-10 and the F-16, also A-7 Corsairs. Cool. So, while the Justice Department has said that it has abandoned the plans for President Trump's $1.776 billion weaponization fund, some of his allies are shifting focus to a different way to make payouts to the people victimized, including those who took part in the January 6th guided tour. The most viable path, according to the allies and legal experts, may involve compensating these supporters under the 1946 law called the Federal Tort Claims Act. That measure allows people to file administrative claims and subsequent lawsuits against the U.S. government for alleged wrongdoing. Tucker Communist Stan is his name, Carlson. If you have the radio or TV on, you can outrun a tornado with enough warning. Well, with enough warning, but you got to have somewhere to hide. That's the thing. You got to have somewhere to hide. 1953 episode of classic TV series Ding Dong School, a show aimed at very young kids, complete with original commercials. Wow. The A-10 is going to outlive us all, a ground troop's best friend. Carlson did a Facebook ad for Angel Studios. The comments were too hot. They hid them all. At my level, the fund is dead. Stanley Woodward, the third-ranking official at the Justice Department, said, if somebody wants to submit a claim against the government and sue us, they can still do that. The Republican president repeatedly expressed support for the federal payouts to supporters whom he portrayed as being targeted by the weaponization of the Biden administration. Okay. Reuters says Trump's allies have another plan to pay the weaponization victims. They're going to use the Federal Tort Claims Act. What is wrong with me? He did it several times in Kansas. Well, if you have a storm shelter, that you can get to, like a lot of people in Kansas have a storm cellar and stuff like that, or you get to your basement, stuff like that. But, while the Justice Department has said it abandoned plans for the $1.8 billion weaponization fund, the allies are shifting focus to a different way to make the payouts. The most viable path, according to the legal experts, may involve compensating these people under the 1946 law called the Federal Tort Claims Act. This measure lets people file administrative claims and subsequent lawsuits against the government for alleged wrongdoing. They can then be settled out of court. How has it not been acknowledged yet? The Supreme Court said at least 1,000 J6 cases were overzealous use of law and were overturned. That's the thing. All those people, all of those 1,000 should get payouts. I'm putting myself on a timeout for a minute. Tucker Plantner story has me at the top of my pissability level. Yeah, I didn't even know about it. That would have got me really mad too. At my level, the fund is dead. So the anti-weaponization fund, crafted as part of a legal settlement between Trump and the Justice Department, has resolved his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS, was put on hold amid fierce opposition from Republicans in Congress, which bunch of pussies, in my opinion. Trump's critics decried it as a slush fund. Hundreds of people who were prosecuted after taking part in the Capitol protest have already filed claims, and at least 10 have sued the government for damages. The strategy has long been in the works. The conservatives' lawyers debated the plan during a previously unreported strategy session at the 2024 Republican National Convention. Other payout options are still being explored. According to Caputo, who helped lead the anti-weaponization efforts in Trump's 2024 election campaign and filed the first known claim under the now abandoned weaponization fund. My mom and dad were driving down A10 when it was like lural. They saw a cloud pass over a barn. The next thing they knew, the barn was gone. That's when they realized it was a tornado. Slush fund is slandering. Yeah, I think so. I've heard no indication that they've slowed down on trying to get victims paid. Caputo, who served as Department of Health and Human Services spokesperson during Trump's first term, asked Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche for $2.7 million in restitution over investigations by the Biden administration and former special counsel Robert Mueller. It's the most logically feasible method. The government would have a lot of flexibility. Trump repeated support for compensating victims he painted as victims of the weaponization. Asked if there's alternative plans, the White House pointed to previous comments by Trump and Blanche that the weaponization fund would not go forward. So they said, we have no additional announcements. Trump has accused the Biden administration and other opponents of improperly using law enforcement, intelligence, and regulatory agencies to target him and his allies. I mean, yeah, they did. The Supreme Court acknowledged it. These people were destroyed by dirty cops and weaponization. Most of those people should be compensated. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham backed the idea of pursuing payouts through the Federal Tort Claims Act, prompting the Justice Department to respond with what looked like an endorsement in a since-deleted post. We're working on it. Woodward later told Reuters he was trying to send a message that people who believe they were victims of government abuse still have a path forward, even without the $1.8 billion fund. Call it the reparations fund. Oh, that would be great, wouldn't it be? Call it reparations. Financially compensating Trump allies has moved from the political fringe closer to the mainstream. Well, it's not just Trump's allies, it's people that were targeted. Just because they only targeted Trump allies, it kind of, which happened first? The targeting? So in 1956, Congress created a permanent judgment fund for paying settlements of lawsuits against the federal government. Caputo said the allies of the president and conservative lawyers discussed using this fund for payouts under Federal Tort Claims Act ad nauseum during the National Convention. Attendees viewed the judgment fund as limitless pot of money that would avoid the political hurdles, creating a new administrative fund. Some high-profile Trump allies already received payouts under the Federal Tort Claims Act. Michael Flynn received $1.25 million. Attorney Peter Tickton said his office represented more than 400 people who took part in the Capitol protests who have submitted Tort Claim Act claims. He says he hopes the government will settle the cases before they go to court, but has not been told of any plans to do so. The administrative process for a Tort Claims Act begins when a person files a form known as an SF-95, alleging government wrongdoing and demanding damages. Claims typically must be filed within 2 years, but January 6 defendants are arguing that the wrongdoing against them constitutes ongoing harm. It remains unclear how courts or the Justice Department would treat that interpretation. If the government agrees to the amount requested, officials can authorize payment before a judge is assigned. If the government does not settle, claimants can file a lawsuit, at which point a judge would be overseeing it. Tickton's already filed 10 lawsuits and says he plans to file hundreds more. Rupa Bhattacharya, a former Justice Department official who oversaw the compensation funds for victims of the September 11th attacks, said that department attorneys typically settle only when they face high risk of losing a trial, though they retain broad discretion. That would be a travesty because these are very dispensable lawsuits, says a guy who serves under president of both parties. It would violate the purpose and spirit of the judgment fund. Oh, I hope he's fired. Congress has their hush money slush fund to hide sexual harassment in all cases. Well, yeah, Congress can do what Congress wants. Congress lives by their own rules. Congress lives by their own rules. They just do what they do. That's how Congress do. That's how Congress do. They could do something slick like pay out Abby Hoffman, MLK Jr., and Malcolm X. Yeah. You worry about Rudy Giuliani? Yeah, me too. Something. Hey, Nana, 1776. Great to see you. I mean, Rudy got really railroaded. Something needs to happen with that. Like that case needs to be looked at by the feds because those people that sued him and the money, it's just ridiculous. Name it the Metcalf, Nungary, Zarutska, Kirk Reparation Fund. Yeah, something like that would work. Heading to work, massive storm at night, dark, black, not able to see. Car then pushed sideways. I floored it, so not to land in the canals. Heard later, searched for me, called. I at work. Okay. All right. Then President Trump announced that the Iran deal will be signed tomorrow, Sunday, but issues on a warning for Iran. So I don't know. This could be old news. President Trump on Saturday confirmed that the Iran deal will be signed on Sunday. Trump said the Strait of Hormuz will be opened immediately and no money will change hands. The president also warned that if the process doesn't go smoothly, the U.S. has the ultimate alternative. So he says, Barack Hussein's deal with Iran, the JCPOA, was an easy, beautiful, smooth road to a nuclear weapon, which Iran would have had 6 years ago and would have used it long before now. My agreement with Iran is the exact opposite, a wall to no nuclear weapon. In fact, they no longer want a nuclear weapon, nor will they have one, either through purchase, development, or any other form of procurement. The deal is scheduled to get signed tomorrow immediately after the Hormuz Strait is open to all. Our relationship with Iran is much different and better than previous administrations have had. Unlike Obama's hundreds of billions of dollars in payments to them, including $1.7 billion in green cold cash, no money will change hands. You see Hunter Biden will run as VP if Gavin runs. I don't. That would be retarded. At an appropriate time, when all is calm, we will go in and get the nuclear dust buried deep under the powerful sunken granite mountains, thanks to our beautiful B-2 bombers. We look forward to working with Iran and the entire Middle East long into the future. Hopefully, this process will all work out quickly, easily, and smoothly. If it doesn't, we have the ultimate alternative. Hopefully, never to be used again. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He needs to be announcing shit. I can't believe he trusts anything these idiots say. I don't trust anything. I don't. I really don't. Just wanted to see if there was any.
Barack Hussein Obama's deal with Iran, the JCPOA, was an easy, beautiful, smooth road to a nuclear weapon, which Iran would have had 6 years ago, and would have used long before now. My agreement with Iran is the exact opposite, a Wall 2.0 nuclear weapon. In fact, they no longer want a nuclear weapon, nor will they have one, either through purchase, development, or any other form of procurement.
Hunter was pardoned by his dad, so technically he has no convictions. Hunter had a full pardon. This post has itch supporters in uproar. Trump is the ultimate troll. I think I mean Iran supporters. I did. There was some Tusi TV stuff, which let's do that. Let me do this. Let me do this. Is he still alive? Well,
The allegations, obviously. Where is the evidence of any transfer of funds? Saying these allegations are entirely false and unfounded. No frozen Iranian funds have been released, transferred, or facilitated through the UAE. Media outlets are urged to exercise accuracy, rely on official sources, and refrain from publishing or circulating unverified information and unfounded allegations. You do realize if this had actually happened, it would have been a massive victory. The IRGC, the Islamic Republic government, would have gone tonight to these protests saying, guys, look, don't worry. We are winning. We just got the money.
Yeah, it was somewhere else. I was watching this earlier.
The head of the IRGC is right now. He was quite active before that. He was always, his face was everywhere. He was always walking around, talking and all that. But we don't know where he is. And or how he is. He might just be in hiding because he knows that the Mossad operatives are everywhere. So I don't know. He might be dead. There's no evidence that he's dead, but we haven't seen him. How long will the Trump grift continue? Got to admit, you may have a short career in comedy. Let's see. It's so funny. The libtards in the chat don't understand the Persians and Jews have an ancient history that far outweighs and outlives Islam and Palestinians. Yeah, because they are libtards, as you said. They're not that smart. Tom Robinson has been held at Heathrow by counterterrorism police again. Oh, thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, he is. It was something I saw earlier. I was watching this.
Complete drama in Iran. And of course, because the rest of the media is not showing you guys what's happening in Iran, it's our job to do it, and we will continue to do it. How many political prisoners will they slaughter in 60 days? Where with or without strikes, airstrikes, they still continue that anyway. So even during the airstrikes, because a lot of people were saying, well, when the strikes stop, they execute. No, during the 12-day war, during the 40-day war, and for the past 47 years, every day, they continue to do the executions anyway. So if you bring back the airstrikes...
Execute people. Anyway, he was saying that he doesn't think the deal... here it is, about the deal. Let's hear what he says.
What's this? Dan says, TC, do you think the deal will be effective or just be status quo? I'm from Israel and we are pretty pissed about it. Yeah, because you keep listening to the media. Sending love and a happy birthday. Thank you. Again, people keep saying deal. The deal. What deal? Which deal?
Yeah, what
Stop
deal? Which
saying deal. Stop it. It makes no sense. Firstly, there's no deal yet. Secondly, there are at least 2 or 3 versions, but in reality, there's like 17 different versions of a deal. 16 of it is from the IRGC. 52 million of it is from the American side, right? Which deal? If any deal is signed, final deal, not the one tomorrow or Monday. If the final deal is signed, and if it's the one that Trump has on the table, well, it's the end of the IRGC. They have to surrender everything. They're not going to sign that. They're not that stupid. If the deal is signed, is the one that the Islamic Republic have come up with? Well, yeah, that's bad. And the IRGC would have won. And it will be a pretty impressive win against the American empire. But President Trump has been given that deal for over a month, probably 2 months now, and he's been saying no. He's had many chances, many opportunities to chicken out, and is refusing because he also knows while the military operation has been complicated in Iran, it's not as straightforward as a lot of people thought. The humiliation of signing the IRGC's version of the deal is even worse. Trump.
That's right. It's even worse. So, yeah. So we'll have to see what happens. So Trump says peace deal to be signed Sunday. What we know at the deal, Iran could be imminent as the U.S. and Tehran both show signs that an agreement could be signed in the coming days. Have you found the Goldie yet from the Iranian People stream? I have. Where is it? Is that Goldie? Is that what is it? Oh, hey, hi, how's it going, Greg? Great to see you. Thanks for coming back. See you in 30 minutes. What did we dump all your tea? I don't know. Democrats are screwed. Maybe. Anyone got SpaceX stocks? I know a few people that did. I didn't get any of it. I just didn't. I don't know. Did I hear about the news coming out of Boston? A little boy had his lemonade stand robbed at gunpoint. Yes, I saw it. And then I also saw, Tony, that a bunch of people showed up the next day and like the next day when they opened it and did a whole bunch of stuff. I actually have it. I'm going to pull it up later. Iran is not a heads-up poker game. There's like 6 players at the table making bets. Trump is the dealer. Joe's got a thing here. Pakistan military aircraft stuff in Pakistan is nuts that we're allowing that to happen. We'll put that in a second. And just to remind everybody who's here, please hit like, please subscribe. Thanks for stopping by, Tony. We'll talk about that. I have it. I'll pull it up in a minute. Yeah, they robbed them, and well, people showed up, and I think they arrested one of the kids. Was like 12 or 14. It's crazy. So Trump posted the deal to end the war would be signed the following day. The Strait of Hormuz would reopen. There are some of the most optimistic statements. Pakistan, which has mediated many of the peace talks, also indicated an electronic signing ceremony was coming. Trump didn't offer more details, but said it does include a wall to no nuclear weapon. I don't know. I've seen reports. I don't know. I've seen some reports claiming that there was more drones launched today. So I don't know if they are still launching drones and stuff. I don't know how you can come up with any of these deals. So we look forward to working with Iran and the entire Middle East. A tense ceasefire has been going on. U.S. launched Operation Epic Fury. We got all this stuff. So we'll have to see more of what happens. And so, yeah, this is what Joe was talking about. Pakistan allowed Iran to park military aircraft on its airfields despite mediator role in the conflict. So it doesn't really seem like they're playing it down the middle. As Pakistan positions itself as a diplomatic conduit, it quietly allowed the Iranian military aircraft to park on its airfields, shielding them from American airstrikes. Iran also sent civilian aircraft to park in neighboring Afghanistan. It was not clear if military aircraft were among those flights. Together, the movements reflect an apparent effort to insulate some of Iran's remaining military and aviation assets from the expanding conflict. Oops, that not thanks. What do you mean? That's why we can't trust the Pakistanis. Yeah. Oh, that's why we can't trust Pakistan. Now I understand. Now I get it. So officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity told CBS that the days after Trump announced a ceasefire with Iran, Tehran sent multiple aircraft to Pakistan Air Force Base Nur Khan, a strategically important military installation located just outside of Pakistani garrison city of Rawalpindi. Nothing involving Islamists can be trusted. Nothing. Among the hardware was an Iranian Air Force RC-130, a reconnaissance and intelligence gathering variant of the Lockheed C-130. How did they get a Lockheed plane? Is that old? That must have been very old. Must have been very, very old. A senior Pakistani official rejected the claims, saying that Narkon base is right in the heart of the city. A large fleet of aircraft parked there can't be hidden from the public eye. On Tuesday, the Foreign Ministry issued a statement confirming planes were in the country. So they lied and said they weren't there. Let's say VTuber Leaflet made an AI game on their stream where you could run a pineapple Kool-Aid stand and sometime you get robbed and get into a gunfight with the robber. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. They were just trying to spread their culture, DEI and all that. Wow. That one. Wow. I watch a few Packies. They have a tube video trying Western food. They seem so innocent and sweet. Don't let them fool you. Don't let them fool you. Oh, no. I shot the sheriff, but I did not shoot the Pakistanis. Iranian aircraft currently parked in Pakistanis arrived during the ceasefire period, bearing no linkage whatsoever to any military contingency. Assertions suggesting otherwise are speculative. So they took the military markings off the plane and sent it there is what they did. That's what they did. Agency said a number of aircraft from Iranistan were there to facilitate the movement of diplomatic personnel, although formal negotiations have not yet resumed. The ministry said Pakistanis is consistently acted as an impartial facilitator. I don't believe so. Me too, Karen. I bought Tesla. It went up 100, so I'm going to do space now. That works. If Newscomb wins the already showed reluctance to use military force, is really likely to be the enforcement. Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see what happens. I don't know. If here's the thing, if the Supreme Court says that it's election day and that they can't be counting ballots after election day, yeah, it's going to be an issue for the Democrats. Later, when airstrikes began on Kabul, when Pakistan began airstrikes in Kabul in March during tensions, Afghan Taliban was offering a safe haven for jihadist group Tehrik-e-Taliban. The Taliban Civil Aviation Authorities decided to move the aircraft to Herat Airport near the Iranian border for safety reasons to protect it from bombing. According to the officer, this was the only Iranian aircraft left in Afghanistan. Hey, what's up, Christine? How you doing? Thanks for being here tonight. Oh, shit. I forgot. We had a $10 donation on PayPal from, where is it at? Damn it. On PayPal from KPT. Thank you, KPT, for $10. That means we are now $33 away. I think so. Let me see. I think that's right. I'm not going to do math. Let me see here. 5, 10, 15, 40, 45, 55, 62. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, that's right, because there was a 5 on. All right, thank you. Thank you. So why is the banners up? Okay, yeah. So 33 away. We're 33 away. My nephew signed me up through Robinhood to put the app on. I figured out how to do it all by yourself. That's awesome. If it doesn't get approved by the Senate, AOC or Newsom will ignore this. No, if it's the Supreme Court says it, that's the law. It doesn't work that way. You know, that's how the Constitution and the law works. So Pakistan's reliance on China for military assistance has risen dramatically over the past decade. Iran has plenty of Chinese Air Force incoming. Probably, yeah. They'll buy. Well, they got to have money for it, but if they're giving them oil trades or something like that. Islam is bad. Has attempted to navigate both sides of the crisis, preventing itself to Washington as a stabilizing intermediary while avoiding steps that could alienate Tehran or China, Iran's most powerful international backer. And with that, we now got on the Cash App. Let me see here. We just had a
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you. Thanks to Christine. Where's she at? There she is. Thanks to Christine, who donated $35 on the Cash App. That means, folks, we are now $98 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Christine. Yay. So, yes, we got an extra hour. A second hour in less than 2 hours. People love you, Jim. Yeah. Well, no, we got it's our first extra hour. So we got another, we got time to go, plenty of time. So we're, it's not a second hour, it's a first additional hour. Democrats' entire operation is built on emotional manipulation and fraud. It's only a matter of time. So China has deepened military cooperation with Pakistan and Iran in recent years. Iran's proposal to end the war includes demands for U.S. war reparations, which isn't going to happen. Chinese sorties are very common to Iran. Yeah. So we'll see. Conditions were disclosed in a social media post by the Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting. Wow. Trump rejected them as totally unacceptable. So, yeah, saw that. And then we have this news that Iran says that they've sealed the uranium cache and placed mines amid fears that the U.S. could try to seize it. I thought Trump said that anyone went near it, they were going to be bombed. In recent weeks, Iran has dramatically escalated efforts to seal off the cache of bomb-grade uranium, deliberately collapsing tunnels and booby-trapping entrances with explosive mines, according to 5 sources familiar with U.S. intelligence. I thought they said that anybody went near that stuff, they were going to blow them up. And that's what I was told. Doesn't anyone else remember that? I remember hearing that if anybody goes near it, we're going to blow them up. Getting to the roughly half a ton of highly enriched uranium is now far more difficult, dangerous, and time-consuming than it was just a month ago when Trump was publicly signaling he might order the U.S. military to seize it. Was that Renee? What do you mean? Where? Right here? Renee was right here. Hey, Renee, how you doing? No, it was Christine. Christine who did the $35 to give us the first additional hour. I missed who made the touchdown. It was Christine. Right here, Christine. Where does Qatar's money come from? I don't know. Do they got oil? I think they must have oil, right? Or they do money stuff in Qatari too, I think. In Qataristania. Something. That's why Trump needs to stop saying things. Yes. The new fortifications by the Iranians add an additional layer of complexity to the Trump administration's deal with Tehran to remove and destroy the uranium. And the move raises questions about who will take on the dangerous risk of digging it out. Iran's diplomatic delegations to the United Nations did not immediately return a request for comment. It would be nice if we could get like facts. That's what I would like. Some facts. It'd be nice if we could get some facts around it. So we have to watch this. And then our next story is there was a woman, all right, there was a woman that was released from ICE custody. And then several days after she was released, she died of hypothermia because it turns out she was crazy and stuff. And they're trying to blame it on ICE. A deranged leftist, all right, a deranged leftist medical examiner is claiming
3 months since a Haitian immigrant was found dead at a Pittsburgh bus stop. And tonight it's being called a homicide. Good evening, and thanks for joining us at 10. I'm Jessica Guay. KDKA's Ricky Sayer sat down with the lawyer for the woman's family and joins us live. Ricky?
The medical examiner provided an update today on the death of Daffy Michelle. She's from Haiti and lived in Charleroi. A lawyer for her family told us she came into the country legally, but then effectively said she overstayed her authorized period as she waited for her asylum case to be decided. It's a case immigration attorney Joseph Patrick Murphy hasn't shaken from his mind.
From my office, you can see the bus shelter she died in. It's right across the river there at the intersection of Smithfield and Carson.
Port Authority police found 31-year-old Daffy Michelle at this bus shelter on March 2nd, 3 days after ICE released her. She was taken to a hospital where she died. The medical examiner has now ruled the cause of death hypothermia and the manner of death homicide.
Yeah, so how it's a homicide. Well, who's responsible? How is it? She was arrested. That's the facts they're leaving. She was arrested and she was held in jail for 6 months, and then they just let the charges go. And so ICE picked her up because she's a legal alien. And they just, all ICE did was take her to this is what ICE did. They took her to the facility and put an ankle monitor on her so she could come back in for her hearings, and they released her. And then she went out and just like stayed outside for 3 days and died. Like what are you supposed to do? Like what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to buy her a house, give her an apartment? I don't understand. Yeah, guess where she wouldn't have frozen to death? Haiti. Yeah, old man Winter will be charged. No, this is a leftist medical examiner in Pennsylvania, all right, that is trying to like basically say like, oh, well, we're going to say that it's ICE's fault. We're going to do this so we can say ICE killed her. Yeah, what does ICE have to do with it? Nothing. Nothing at all. What this experience taught me is the West is more willing to turn a blind eye if Iran got a nuclear weapon, all just for politics. Yeah. It's the irony. ICE caused hypothermia. Well, they didn't. Yeah. We should arrest the weather. Yes. Yeah. The day they released her, it was 55 degrees. You know, just saying.
The ruling by the medical examiner that this is a homicide means that the death was caused by the action or omission of someone. That means there's some sort of culpability.
The medical examiner released a statement through county police, which said, quote, the opinion of the forensic pathologist in this case is that Miss Michelle was a vulnerable adult suffering from untreated severe mental health issues and a significant language barrier when she was released from federal custody. Murphy now represents her family. He blames ICE.
This woman, Daffy Michelle, she had mental challenges. She was arrested for, at one point, screaming at imaginary people, and they knew this. They just dumped her in a bus shelter, language barrier, educational barrier, and psychiatric barrier, and left her to fend for herself. The bus shelter, she never figured out how to leave. She sat there for days and ultimately froze to death.
Murphy
never figured out how to leave.
Michelle was arrested in Charleroi, Washington County.
How did this woman survive before she was arrested if she didn't know how to leave a bus station? I mean, what the fuck is going on here? How would this prosecutor go after the federal government? Oh, they're going to try. They're going to try to go after someone. They're going to try. But this is so they can sue. They did it specifically so they can sue and say like, oh, you got to pay us. It's crazy. 3 cats a day weren't enough for her. I don't know. Hard to freeze in Haiti. It's hot as hell there. Yeah. What about all the homeless that froze in New York? Yeah, what about them? Because they couldn't give them places to stay because they had all the illegal aliens in the hotels and stuff. I thought it was illegal for ICE to detain her. ICE didn't detain her. They released her. All they did was they took her to a facility to install an ankle monitor. That's it. She knew how to put lipstick on. Yeah, she knows how to do all this stuff. The connection of her release and death, no offense to the deceased, is laughable. Are they saying she should have stayed in jail? What is wrong with us? Are we this stupid? They're saying basically like, well, ICE should have took her somewhere else instead of just releasing her. Like, really, do they provide transportation to people that are released? How many people has the government responsible for killing over COVID? Quite a few. Qatar's money comes from the pallets of cash out of Minneapolis airport. I wouldn't be surprised.
She was booked in jail on September 3rd. Michelle was in jail for 6 months before her case was dismissed. That's when DHS says ICE took custody of her because she was in the country illegally. Murphy says she was taken to this ICE facility on Pittsburgh's south side so she could be given an ankle monitor. In a statement to KDKA, DHS Acting Assistant Secretary Lauren Biss.
She was, I can't go back because the way this stupid thing works, but she was in jail for 6 months, a local jail. They released her. ICE took her because she's in the country illegally. They just took her to a facility and put an ankle monitor on her. So if ICE wouldn't have took her to the facility, whose fault would it have been? Because she was released from jail. You did it, Jim. You confused the shit out of me. What kind of story is this? This is a story of a leftist medical examiner that's trying to blame this woman's death on ICE, the federal government, because she was mentally ill. Yeah. Pennsylvania, so her family will get paid. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So this is ridiculous. They didn't even hold her ICE didn't even have her for 24 hours. They took her from the jail to this other facility, put an ankle monitor on her, and said, all right, you got to come back to court on this date for your hearing, and let her go. They didn't hold her. It's crazy. Mentally ill, and we're supposed to import her. Yeah, don't we have enough crazy people here of our own? Do we need crazy people to be brought in?
Said, quote, ICE had nothing to do with this woman's death. She passed away 3 days after ICE encountered her. She was released with all of her belongings, including a fully charged phone, in sunny weather in the middle of Pittsburgh, where public transport is readily available. On the day she was released, records show Pittsburgh's official high was 55 with a low of 25. On the day she died, the high was 36 with a low of 19.
They could have put her in an ICE car and driven right back down to Washington County and dropped her off.
He says they don't need to do that with every detainee, but she was an exception due to the challenges she faced.
Okay.
This is reckless.
Now, he's just left with that view.
It makes it more painful for me because it's a reminder.
She had your number, lawyer. Why didn't you go pick her up if she was right there?
They're right there of what happened to my friend.
Oh, your friend.
Murphy says the woman's brother plans to hire him to file a lawsuit. Both county executives Sarah and Murado and Representative Summerlee put out statements tonight saying Michelle's death was avoidable. They called for accountability, with Lee saying ICE must answer for Michelle's death. Jess,
yeah, must answer. Yeah. Why? What did they do? This is ridiculous. The coroner's mentally ill too. So we can't keep illegals because it will unalive you. Yeah, it's crazy. Unfucking believable. Excuse my Spanish. It is. It's ridiculous. She was released from jail on February 27th from county jail in Washington County, Pennsylvania. They took her to the ICE facility from the jail, put the ankle monitor on her, and released her. What the fuck else were they supposed to do? Oh, they could have drove her home. They could have drove her somewhere else. No, that's not how that works. Was the jail going to drive her somewhere? If she was released from the jail and ICE didn't pick her up, where would she have gone? So we can't keep illegals in custody, and now we can't release them. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It's crazy. It is. Yeah. ICE is your story's giving you a headache. What does ICE have to answer for? Yeah, we need you can't make this shit up segment. I know. It's crazy. The death of the Haitian woman released from Immigration Customs custody in Pittsburgh in February has been ruled a homicide. She was detained while they put a thing on her. Allegheny County Medical Examiner ruled the death a homicide. ICE released Michelle in Pittsburgh on February 27th. The Department of Homeland Security said in a statement. She was found on March 1st. The opinion of forensic pathologist. And significant language barrier. Severe mental health issues when she was released from federal custody on February 27th. The medical examiner's office rules her cause of death is hypothermia. The ruling of the medical examiner means that death was caused by the action of someone else. Yeah, so they did this on purpose for this reason. She had severe mental challenges. She was arrested at one point screaming at imaginary people. They just dumped her in a bus shelter. Oh, language barrier, educational barrier, psychiatric barrier. How the fuck did she get in the country? She was at a bus shelter. She never figured out how to leave. How do you know? Maybe she wanted to sit there. She sat there for days. She expectedly overstayed her authorized purpose. Oh, so she came to the U.S. on a travel visa and refused to leave. How did she get the travel visa? How did she do on this? I want stricter regulations on national news media. You ain't kidding. Not sending their best or brightest. She was arrested in Charleroi, Washington County. She was booked into Washington County Jail on September 3rd, 2025. She remained in jail for 6 months before her case was dismissed. That's when she was taken by ICE. It is crazy. She was taken on February 27th. She was released on February 27th. She was taken to the ICE facility on Pittsburgh South Side. She'd be given an ankle monitor before release. That's it. That's all they did. This is insane. Like, they didn't. The Democrats killed her. Yeah, the Democrats are responsible for killing her. The bus drivers never called anyone. No. Why didn't someone call the cops? If you saw this woman sitting there, why didn't anyone do anything? I heard about hospitals dumping homeless people out at bus stops. They didn't die, but that's okay too. ICE had nothing to do with this woman's death. She was released from custody after being issued an ankle monitor. That's all they did was give her an ankle monitor. How the fuck is it ICE's fault? They could have put her in an ICE car and driven her back to Washington County and dropped her off. They didn't need to do that with every detainee, but this was, she's a special case. No, she's not. Here, never play this story again. Well, thank you. I won't, but I thought this was important because, the way they're running with it. Thank you. Now we're 96 away from a second additional hour. The way they're running the story and stuff, I had to give you guys the truth so they couldn't trick you and say that maybe ICE had her in custody for 6 months. These ICE people didn't know anything about her. They had her. She's legal in the country. They came and grabbed her. They don't know all this other crap. Yeah, thumbs up are free. No tax dollars are diverted. Yeah, give us a thumbs up. Where are we at on thumbs up? Oh, man. Only 83 thumbs up, man. There could be more. There's 130 people watching. We got 50 people could be hitting thumbs up. Please hit the thumbs up. Give me a like button. I once walked 5 miles back to town I lived in after being released from county jail. Well, that's the thing, Red Tails Odd. Why is this, anyone can call anytime for bus drivers or mental support? It's just crazy. It's just crazy. That ICE should have, to be fair, ICE should have immediately deported her. That's what thanks, Renee. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Yes, please like the stream so Rumble and YouTube share it out. That's right. Please do it. Hit that plus sign, hit the thumbs up. Did you hear about the mural for Zarutska and Providence? Government stepped in and made it come down for being divisive. Yes, I heard about it. There's scums there. Real scumbags there, Tony. Real scumbags. I'm 8 minutes behind. This is bullshit. She overstayed her welcome and what? She was in jail for something, and then they just, like local jails do with these illegal aliens, they just dismiss the charges after 6 months. They're just like, oh, ICE wants to deport her. Let's just dismiss the charges. So ICE comes and, gives her an ankle monitor and says, all right, you have, so we can keep track of you have to report in. That's right. Kelly says, likes are free. Thank you so much, Kelly. Thank you for the 5. That means, folks, we're now just $91 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much. This woman sounds like just the right reason to send them home when we catch them. Yeah, it does, right? Haiti is warm and sunny, Mr. CR Boss says. Well, that's what I'm saying. Kelly J says, sorry, I am late and rewinding. Well, don't worry. You don't have to be sorry. Skip the story. It's insane. So this guy's like, I can see where she died from my office. Well, if you were her lawyer, this guy claims he's her lawyer. Didn't he know she was there? Couldn't he have done something? Maybe they should charge him. Did she try to call him and he not answer? I mean, I'd like to get her phone records. The people pay for tracking. Yeah. That's crazy. Why was she in jail for 6 months? They cannot report that. She did something. They were holding her on something and they just decided, to release her, to drop the charges, because that's what they do with a bunch of illegals now. Hey, Kabuki Lou, what's up? Use them for biofuel eventually. Yeah. The lawyer is at fault. That's what I think. Blame the lawyer. Definitely, Kelly. Blame the lawyer. So Allegheny County executive and Rep Summer Lee put out statements. Yeah. ICE must be held accountable. I got 2 words. As Elon Musk says, fuck you. The pride flag is explicitly divisive and exclusive, straight, white, and Christian not included. I agree, chattel. That should be banned everywhere. Yeah, no government building should be allowed to fly that. Better value once the robots can do their low IQ jobs. Yeah, I agree. So, this is how Reuters, Haitian woman death after ICE release ruled a homicide. Anyway, we're gonna get to the next story here. That's just a crazy story. So Iranian drones downed in Hormuz. This was posted today. The waterway has largely remained closed since U.S. and Israel attacked Iran. It's open for transit, CENTCOM claims. U.S. military forces have downed Iranian drones that were targeting commercial shipping in the early hours of Saturday. So they're still targeting ships today, but yet we're supposed to sign a deal tomorrow? That doesn't make any sense to me. Those were your 2 words? Okay. Who or which department is reporting the casualties in the camps? I don't know. No clue, Lugnuts. No clue. More insane stuff they try to shove down my throat just makes me more MAGA. From now on release them all to their lawyers' houses. Ooh. Yes, that would work. Who knows, Lugnuts? Who knows? Can only be obtained by the Freedom of Information request. It's open, it's closed, it's open, it's closed. That's what I'm saying. I'm getting whiplash from all this. Make alligator Alcatraz great again. That's right. If they can fly the pride flag, we should be able to fly the Christian flag on federal buildings. Yes. Hope they let Claude Fable 5 get restored Monday. Had a project halfway done when they banned it last night. Are you out of the country? Because it's banned for people outside of the country. Kabuki Lou. It's banned for people outside of the country. If you're not in the U.S., you can't use it. But maybe you could use a VPN and just say you're in the U.S. and get to use it. Maybe you can get around it like that. Stupid manipulation of the definition of words, homeless to unhoused, illegal aliens to American, child rapist to maps. And how about no? That's right. No, it's banned for us all now. American also? Really? It's gone for all of us now? I mean, I had a story that it was banned for just outside of the country. I didn't know it was banned for the U.S. too. Not just non-Americans, fully gone. Use API also. Oh my God. I'm sorry to hear. I'm gonna have to look into that. That doesn't make any sense. Arrest the lawyers for harboring illegal aliens at their homes. Oh, that's a great idea. That's a double whammy. So the parties have engaged in negotiations over a potential peace deal the past 2 months in an effort to end the conflict. Where did CNN get its uranium story? I don't know. Who knows? What's banned? They're saying that the what is it? Claude Fable 5, Claude AI Fable 5 is banned for everyone to use. No one can use it. Quick poll idea: what would be worse for New York City? Knicks win or lose? I don't think it matters. No matter what happens, Tony, they're gonna riot in New York. No matter what, win or lose, they're rioting. So Iran launched multiple one-way attack drones in an attempt to strike commercial vessels transiting the Strait. U.S. forces have downed all of them in recent hours as traffic flow through the Strait continues unimpeded. How long does a religious war skirmish usually last? You spelled skirmish wrong, and you spelled skirmish. It's skirmish with a S, K-I-R, skirmish. But anyway, Knicks win, riot, Knicks lose, riot. That's what's going to happen. Jim talks faster than I type. I'm sorry. This is the first time in our history, I believe, people are questioning the government on a big spectrum. Yes. Okay, we'll pull that up. Thank you. I saw a story about disabling it for foreigners, but I didn't see it. I don't trust intelligence reports from CNN. Me neither. Fable is Mythos with guardrails, but if those guardrails fail, then you've exposed Mythos' advanced cyber capabilities to people who shouldn't have them. Okay. Karen O says, Section 3, Clause 1 shall consist only in levying war against them, people who are here to their enemies, giving aid and cover. Yeah. I lived in LA when the Lakers won. They burned down Crenshaw District and looted all kinds of stuff. I don't think Iran controls all aspects of their military forces to Mosaic. Yeah, it's that's the thing. Like, there's people protesting. There's people protesting in the streets of Iran against them having a deal with the U.S., the IRGC and the besieged forces. So the waterway that normally carries a quarter of the global seaborne oil has largely remained closed throughout the conflict. Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Aragua warned on Friday that the Strait won't return to its pre-war status, stressing that the strategic waterway lies under the sovereignty of Iran and Oman. Well, I'm going to have to say goodbye to someone for another 30 minutes. Bye-bye. Consequently, Anthropic has since taken Fable 5 and Mythos 5 offline globally. All right, we'll get to that in a second. Saturday, Reuters cited a Western source saying a deal could be signed by J.D. Vance and Ireland's parliamentary speaker Bakar Kalbaf in Geneva as soon as Sunday. Proposed memorandum of understanding calls for reopening the Strait, lifting U.S. naval blockade on Iranian ports. I don't know. This sounds just like more bunch of. They're agreeing to talk about a deal. I think the Strait of Hormuz is history. They're going to have to run pipelines. That's what they'll do. They'll just run pipelines. That's all. This actually, what should happen here is this means if I was Saudi Arabia in the U.S., I would look at Yemen and say, guess what, Yemen? You're going away and you're going to be part of Saudi Arabia now. And Saudi Arabia is just going to run pipelines right to the Gulf of Aden. I think it's Gulf of Aden or the Gulf of Oman. I don't know. I can't remember. Damn it, Greg, I almost loved you. Well, too late. American Dreamer said she was safe. She's still here somewhere. I can't believe Anthropic comparing their product to nuclear weapons backfired on them. That'll happen. So yeah, so we're going to have to watch this because, U.S. military shoots down Iranian track drones. Trump warned Iran against firing more drones, but they did it anyway. So what are you going to do?
New developments in the Middle East happening right now. U.S. Central Command posting the following statement Friday night. Iran launched multiple one-way attack drones in an attempt to strike commercial ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. forces have downed all of them in recent hours as traffic flows through the strait continues unimpeded. The international trade corridor remains open for transit. The Strait of Hormuz has been a major sticking point in negotiations between the U.S. and Iran, as there have been more positive signs pointing to a potential peace agreement than ever before in this war with Iran.
Wow, crazy.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Layton at NBC News headquarters in New York. We're coming on the air with breaking news that the U.S. military, along with the Venezuelan government, has killed the...
Oh, we saw this already. I don't need that story. All right. And CNN says this, so we're going to take this with a grain of salt, that Trump says agreement to be signed on Sunday. Iran pushes back on the timing. Yeah, Greg, you'll get in soon. Just stop the dumbassery. Greg, if you wanted to talk and chat, talk about the stuff we're talking about, not just random garbage. I suspect the drones aren't going away anytime soon. The Navy will have to have a presence. Yeah, well, that's what's going to have to happen. Iranian officials have said about the agreements differ from the U.S. description. This was at 7 p.m. this evening. Donkey punching is legal for anyone. Okay. Trump expresses optimism.
Shutterfly knows you're not just taking pictures.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of ads. Potential agreement scheduled to get signed on Sunday would reopen the Strait, but Iran's IRGC denied planning for a Sunday signing.
signed on Sunday, and that'll trigger 60 days of negotiations towards a final agreement. Pakistan has also expressed that kind of optimism, though it should be worth noting that Pakistan's mediators have expressed a lot of optimism in the past that hasn't gotten us to the point of a memorandum of understanding. But we're hearing a very different message
trying to
from
renegotiate.
Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said in a statement that they definitely won't be signing an agreement on Sunday, and that there are still points in the MOU that need to be worked out before there is a signing. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson said there won't be an agreement signed on Sunday, although acknowledging it could be in the coming days. Then, of course, there's the question of what's actually in the MOU that's about to be signed sometime in the coming days, perhaps. Well, the Trump administration has said it covers not only highly enriched uranium and the dismantlement of Iran's nuclear program, but also limitations on ballistic missiles and ending support for Iran's proxies. Of course, that's not what we're hearing from Iran. According to state media, it is specifically focused on the Strait of Hormuz, which Trump has said will open immediately on the signing of the memorandum of understanding. And that's where the focus really is. It doesn't touch ballistic missiles or proxies, according to Iranian state media. Meanwhile, a senior advisor to Iran's supreme leader has said it includes the MOU, that is, the release of some of Iran's frozen assets. And they say that Trump simply can't acknowledge that publicly or isn't willing to. Iran is focused on $24 billion in frozen assets that it wants to release.
You're safe. Thank you.
Half that they're looking for released upon the signing of an MOU and half at some point later. So there is very public disagreement in the statements we're hearing from Iran and from the United States, and that makes it difficult to see where and how this plays out. Crucially, we haven't seen the text of the MOU. The Trump administration hasn't released it, so we don't have a solid understanding of what this agreement actually entails.
Yep, 4 days tops, if it even lasts 4 days. So I don't see this going anywhere. I think this is. I don't see it. I don't see it going anywhere. They're still doing shit. They're still playing games. The Iranians are playing games. They're trying to drag it out. They're trying to say, well, we'll sign this memorandum of understanding, but they want us to pay them when they sign it. What? We're going to pay them to stop? Am I hearing this right? No, Trump claims not. J.D. Vance claims no. So I don't understand it. Let me see. Let me look. Let me see. I have it somewhere. Hold on. Give me a second here. Here we go. I know I have it somewhere here. JD Vance. Mm-hmm. I know I saved it. Where is it? Hold on, where is it? I guess I don't have it. I know I saw that J.D. Vance said no money. Hold on. I know I had it here. Where is it? Okay. JD Vance says, I've seen a lot of fake information. Let's see right here. All right, share this tab instead. Do this.
Foreign Minister Saeed Aragua, who says the Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding has never been closer pending its finalization. The media should refrain from entering speculation about its content in line with our responsible and transparent approach. All details will be shared with the public in due course. And of course, Sarah, that's the key to this, is if there's a deal pending, what is in this deal and what does that mean for global oil? Foreign Minister Saeed.
So there's that. JD Vance says Iran will not receive any cash or release any funds simply for signing the deal, Any economic benefit will only flow if Iran meets its obligation. The deal has the potential to remake the region for lasting peace. No funds were released by Iran simply for signing a deal. Seeing a lot of fake information about a potential deal to reopen the Strait and ending the program first. Iranians are not receiving any cash and no funds are being released simply for signing a deal or attending a meeting. The deal is structured to ensure the U.S. See, that's what Obama and them did. They just kept giving them cash. Oh, come meet with us. We'll give you cash for meeting with us. We'll give you cash for this. They kept doing it, kept giving them cash. Fucking Biden gave them cash for no reason whatsoever. Just released a bunch of cash to them. So, all right. Here's a story about Anthropic. Anthropic disables access to Fable 5 and Mythos to comply with the government directive. Trump is doing a discombobulating operation discombobulate. JD did say that. I can find it. Okay. I was looking for it. I mean, I thought I swore I saw him saying it. That's what I was looking for. I couldn't find it. That's all I could find. Yeah. Sign 1 million agreements. It won't last. Yeah. Well, that's what I agree. In my opinion, Iran is just a deep state, plausible deniability akin to Ukraine. Yeah. Trump posted that statement. I thought it was IRG posted that, not Vance. MSM is misleading. Okay. I'm not sure Aragua will be able to sign seeing the protests against him now. Yeah. Biden was the beginning of a catastrophic downward spiral of America. There was, where did it go? I did have. Hold on. There was a thing. Let me see if I can find it real quick. So these are the protests that are going on right now in Iran. Oh, hold on. These are the protests that are going on in Iran, what they're saying about Aragua and this supposed deal. All right.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, this was a few hours ago. Aragua, the foreign minister, posted in English on X about, the deal is basically ready. We are working with the Americans. And President Trump reposted it. And this guy and the IRGC guys as well, they're all furious, saying, how dare you? Firstly, you're tweeting in English. Secondly, you're posting things that President Trump enjoys and is now reposting you. You are a traitor.
These people are calling Aragua a traitor. You know what? I'm not going to. America peaked in 1989. It's possible that's true. I mean, it seems like a lot's been downhill. I mean, the 90s were pretty good. The 80s were great. But it seems like a lot of stuff, definitely after 2001, the U.S. was on a downslide as far as just the shit that the government's been doing and stealing and the money and the different stuff. So with someone assigning the world will hold them to it, I don't know about that. I wouldn't count on the world, honestly. The world hasn't held anybody to anything. I mean, I just don't, honestly, I don't want this to be another Chamberlain moment. If you don't know Neville Chamberlain, if you remember, he famously got off the plane from meeting with the Germans after he had them sign the piece of paper to turn over the Sudetenland and other stuff in Czechoslovakia and other stuff. Sudetenland, right? So it says this peace for our time with the piece of paper, and it lasted a year or two until World War II started. But then again, the British and the French shouldn't have just automatically declared war without any plan to actually do anything. Thinking cavemen will honor anything as wild? No, I don't think they will. That's what I'm saying. You have to basically have them defeated for them to do it. Obama's apology tour, the world lost respect for the U.S. You sent me on X what you think I wanted. Okay.
تو زمین دشمن دارن بازی میکنن. چرا شما متنی رو به انگلیسی توییت میکنی که ترامپ خوشش میاد و میداره تو صفحه‌شون رو بازنشر میکنه؟ مگه قرآن نگفته لن ترضوا عنک الیهود؟
Okay, Brian.
It's so good. Absolute weirdos having a public meltdown, and it's crazy. Absolute crazy stuff. Now, there is also this another weirdo, senior member of parliament, Nabavian, who also went on TV having a bit of a rant, right? But the fascinating thing about it is he also posted this. saying the summary of the agreement test, the deal to make a deal. The Strait of Hormuz is immediately opened without restrictions or tariffs, lifting of sanctions, ambiguous. So saying basically at this point, it's kind of vague. Release of frozen funds, ambiguous. Iran's benefit from the $300 billion fund, ambiguous. But then the next 3 points are guaranteed. We must negotiate for the end of war. Nuclear materials must also be diluted. Does this text serve the national interests? How many times do I have to tell you these guys are not going to sign the deal? It's just not, if they do, it's over. If they somehow, it's funny because again, a lot of people on this side are worried about the consequences for the West, right, or for the anti-IRGC.
Yeah, that's the thing. If that, like this guy he's a Persian, and he's saying that if the Iranians sign the deal, that the people, the IRGC, the besieged, and all them will overthrow them. There'll be a civil war in Iran, which maybe that's what Trump wants to happen. I don't know. So Kabuki Lu says, I'd say the internet is when it peaked. Social media was a nail in the coffin. Yeah, so you're talking that's like 95, like right 94, 95 is when the internet started taking off. 96, somewhere around there, right? Sorry, an Iranian rocket almost ended my stay on the planet in 2007. I'm biased. I understood what you meant. I might have responded too harshly. I apologize. No problem. I didn't mean you. I meant the news saying a deal will last forever. No, that's what I'm saying. I don't want this to be like, I don't want it to be another, Chamberlain moment. That definitely, if that would be not, and Trump better be thinking about stuff like that. You can't be so like, that's Obama's, like they just wanted a deal, anything they could call a deal. That's why the JCPOA, it was only like a 10-year deal, or not even a 5. It was like a very short-term deal. Like just do this for this many years and then everything is cool. Like just long enough so that Obama could say he got a deal. The downward spiral began with Obama-Biden in 2008. They used Russian collusion to stifle Trump and slip Biden so they can crush the U.S. from within. I agree. Trump is saving the U.S. Make America great again. Yeah, I agree. It ruined humans, and I work in the field my whole life. Yeah. Used to be harsh on Chamberlain, but some historians have dug up. He was trying to avert a war Moscow wanted. UK was unready to fight. Stalin was trying to destabilize the UK, hoping socialists would rise. Oh, yeah, you're right. You know what? There was a bunch of communists and stuff. They were trying to leading up to World War II. They were trying to do a bunch of stuff because there was still Tsarist forces, like like there was still family of the Tsar living in England, like whatever family was left, so there were still relatives. There were still White Russians, as they call them. Had they called them the White Russians, were still in England then. Were being basically taken care of by the royal family of England because they are related. At the time of World War I, the King of England and the Tsar of Russia and the Kaiser of Germany were all first cousins. So, yeah, but somebody should have did something to prevent what happened to the Tsar. They shouldn't have let Russia fall. But the only people that could have done anything at that time were the English. They could have aided the Tsarist forces to avoid what happened to Nicholas and his whole family being murdered by the communists, because they killed everyone, the kids, the wife, him. They just killed them all. So yes, Anthropic has been disabled. Anthropic said it disabled access to comply with the export control directive from the United States government as the national security authorities. He was thinking of Ben Stiller in Tropic Thunder and Jungle Scene. FDR's closest confidant and chief aide was a Soviet spy. Yes. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, I mean, they also had people that were closely tied to the Nazis in the U.S. Company said it received an order Friday instructing to suspend all access to models by any foreign national. Anthropic abruptly disabled models for all its customers in order to ensure compliance, but said that all its models will not be affected. Anthropic on Friday announced it disabled access to Fable 5 to comply with an export control directive, cited national security authorities. The company said it received the order at 5:21 p.m. Said they had to deny access to all foreign nationals, whether inside or outside the United States, including foreign national Anthropic employees. Anthropic abruptly disabled the models for all of its customers in order to comply. But it's okay. So the unexpected mood comes just days after Anthropic announced Fable 5 and Mythos 5, two powerful models the company had touted as state-of-the-art across a number of different industries. Fable 5 in particular marked the first time that Anthropic released such an advanced offering to the public, thanks to new safeguards that block responses in specific high-risk areas. Wow. Fable was insanely good. Hard to use anything else now for coding. Who was the guy I was playing? That's 2CTV. 2CTV on YouTube. He's a Persian guy. Marjorie's here. Hey, Marjorie. Great to see you. Thanks for stopping by. So I guess what happened with this is they just shut it off for everyone until they can figure out some way to decide if someone's, because they said it can't even be foreigners that are inside. State of Maine changing name to Fourth Reich soon. K. Michael, I hope not. I hope not. Hey, Vince, what's up, buddy? Great to see you. Thanks for being here. Some payback involved also. The model's built on the release of Claude Mythos preview, which captivated Wall Street and government officials with advanced cybersecurity capabilities. Pete Hegseth says every passing day proves the Department of War was right to kick Anthropic out of the Pentagon. The company said it did not plan to make the model generally available and is limited to the rollout to a select group of companies as part of a cybersecurity initiative called Project Glasswing. In a statement on Friday, they said government did not provide specific details about its national security concern. The company apologized to its customers for the disruption. As we have, so maybe, I think what happened is there's been reports, I think I have it later, there's been reports that Iran had been hacking into water treatment facilities in LA and other places. So maybe Iran was using Anthropic and they found out and they're like, you got to shut it off. You can't let any of these people use it anymore. Amazon researchers are reportedly behind the jailbreak report that led to the U.S. crackdown on Anthropic's top models. Okay. After negotiation between two organizations collapsed, the DoD declared Anthropic a supply chain risk. Got the $5 correct this time. I learned to count or slide. Thank you so much, CF Rob. Oh, that's great. And with that, that means we're now $86 away from a second additional hour. I have to update the goal on YouTube. Thank you so much. Let me do that right now before I forget. Yes. I believe it's over. I believe the goal expired. Let me look. Yeah, the goal ended. All right. So let me start a new one. Start a new goal. 20 super chats, $5 for 1 hour. And I believe we are $86 away from a second hour. All right. Yes. All right. There we go. Goal started. Goal started. There we go. Oh, and then Brian Ogden comes through with $1. Thank you so much. That means we are now $85 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. So we have about an hour or so to get $85, and then we will extend the show by an hour. Thank you so much, everybody. Anthropic sued Trump administration in an effort to reverse its blacklisting. So that's that story. Then we got this story. It says here that Florida sheriff erupts on reporter who tried to hijack a child sex predator seeing press conference with unrelated questions. Oh, this sounds good. Like last week, 1 million square foot warehouse caught fire and there was no water in the hydrants. Go figure. Go figure. No water in the hydrants. That Claude CEO is a weird looking dude. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Sorry, I dumped everything in my account. No, you don't have to apologize for nothing. Don't worry about it. Marion County Sheriff Billy Williams had zero patience for media playing games on Thursday when a reporter tried to hijack a press conference about a major child predator sting to ask about an unrelated Florida Highway Patrol lawsuit. Is this Grady Judge? No, this is a different guy, Billy Woods, James Woods actually said, I wish I was related to him. I had to turn off my notification because I made a mistake of arguing with idiots on the Anthony case. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I haven't been promoting it on X. Maybe I should start doing that. Maybe I need to start sharing it out on X. Maybe that would help get more people here. Haven't been doing it. Haven't been doing it. Maybe I should do it more. What is this guy saying it looks like they're going to sign? I don't know. Oh, why is this guy saying it looks like they're going to sign? No, that guy was saying they're not going to. He doesn't think they're going to sign. I love Grady Judd too. He's saying if they sign, it would be the end of them. The press conference was announcing the results of Operation Bad Habits, a 6-day undercover operation conducted in early June that resulted in 58 child predators being taken off the streets. Run it live on X. The show is live on X, but I didn't promote it on X for people to come over to, because that way people on X would get a notification that it's going live if I share it out. But I don't know. Detectives posed as children ranging from 7 to 15 years old and sometimes as parents to lure sickos into meeting kids for sex. Suspects showed up with condoms, drugs, and cash. Wow. A second grade teacher, a youth football coach, fathers, a high school student, and both legal and illegal immigrants. Are they going to... Oh, here we go. So here we go. We're going to see it here. Ready?
For the Attorney General and Colonel Howes, if we're able to ask a couple off-topic questions, specifically about the wrongful arrest of Lindsay Isaacs in Volusia County. I understand that she and her criminal attorney met with your office, Ms. Ruffmeyer, just a couple days ago. How did that meeting go? And do you think that Lindsay Isaacs deserves an apology? And what's the status of those 2 FHP troopers that are named in the civil lawsuit?
All right, so you just pissed me off. Now, I'll let him decide if he's going to answer your question, but all this shit, you want to ask him about some other case? We're talking about children. Now, if you're getting that from one of your people that typically is behind the phones that y'all have, wants you to ask that question, tell them to have the gonads to come here and ask me that question. That is what you need to be focused on.
To be fair, we did ask about that. And
It doesn't make a difference. I'm not here to talk about what FHP did. I'm here to talk about what they did, nothing else. Let's get that abundantly clear, because it happens. It happens to this poor man all the time. You want to go off on a tangent. This press conference is solely for those pieces of shit that are right there. Are we clear?
Awesome. So that sheriff ain't having it. Love the show. Got to do something else. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so much, Channel, for being here. He needs a reality show. Yeah, he does. Nice format for a show. Also dig it. Well, thank you. Thanks for covering it. Treasury Secretary Sacrosanct reportedly warned Dario Amodi he was making a bad decision during a tense call before the White House hit them with the export controls. Yeah, I think there's more to it, though. I think, like I said, there's been a lot of reports of Iran hacking into stuff, which they're clearly using. They're clearly using some. Clearly using some stuff to do it. Like reports are they're using like AI stuff to do it. So we'll have to see. Now that is news. That mainstream media needs to be called out. He thought the Lindsay question was a good idea. It's crazy. Yeah, Florida don't F around. No, they don't. They don't. We don't play in Florida. It doesn't make a difference. I'm not here to talk about what they did. I'm here to talk about what they did. Nothing else. The press conference is solely for the pieces of crap right there. That's good. All right. Then we got this story. All right. Emboldened Senate demon rats block even bipartisan bills in a hardball approach to counter Trump. That's right. These scumbag demon rats are now blocking everything. Which I have to say, I'm not upset about FISA being blocked. I don't really care about FISA being blocked. But Senate Democrats let a key surveillance authority lapse as they become increasingly emboldened in their legislative fight against President Trump, blocking traditionally bipartisan bills as they push back against President Trump's policies and personnel. In a posture of escalation from a year ago when Chuck Schumer criticized when his party for a spring vote, the Republicans to keep the government open. Since then, the demon rats have forced government shutdowns twice slowed Trump's nominations and now blocked bipartisan intelligence bills. The risky strategy has consequences when government programs go dark and demon rats have little to show for it. So far, in terms of policy victories, and Republicans say it's a grave threat to national security to let the surveillance law lapse. See, if something was to happen now and they blame it on this policy, like, and they go, oh, look, we didn't have this. And then they use this, like, this could all be a psyop for them to pull some shit. And then they're going to get more control and install more spying shit on all of us. Stalin must not have realized the socialists were already running the UK. Well, yeah, that's what he didn't realize. The AI stuff is scary, and I imagine it will get worse. Yes, probably will. Probably will. The hardball approach has helped unite the demon rats inside of the Capitol, as they say they have no other choice, and they blame it on Trump. No matter what, it's Trump's fault. I don't deny it's dangerous, said Mark Warner, the top demon rat on the Intel Committee. But he said, but this didn't have to happen. It's all Trump's fault. Oh. FISA will be the first thing they want back if they win the majority. Oh, God, I just dribbled in my mouth. No majority for the Devils. Joe, I'm more worried, though, that if something does happen, that they can blame on it and they can say some attack or something happens. And they go, we would have known if we had FISA. Then they're going to spy on us much. They're going to come up with more, Patriot Act 2.0. They're already spying on all of us. Sad. Yeah, they are. Fear is the tool of their control. So I'm saying there's a reason they're doing this now. Lawmakers of both parties urged Trump to pull the appointment of Pulte. With no change, the demon rats are going to use every tool they have to fight back. Republicans say blocking FISA is a dangerous strategy. John Thune, the scumbag, said that demon rats have been playing fast and loose with national security for the past year. He poured into the 43-day shutdown last fall and the months-long delay in funding Trump's immigration enforcement earlier. But I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying, what's it say for earthquakes are preparing Florida's for a tsunami? What? $45 from Christine Dewar on the Cash App. Thank you. Are you saying what? Are you saying so it's $40 away from? Do I have to Google this right now? Are you saying are you telling me there's tsunami warnings in Florida? A tsunami lines for Florida, a distant earthquake occur. A tsunami is possible. You're freaking me out, making me go look at this. I know there was an earthquake off of Cuba the other day, so you're freaking me out here. You're freaking me out here. No, it doesn't. There's no tsunami warning right now. There's no tsunami warning right now in Florida. There was an earthquake here off the coast of the Big Island. It was 22 miles down. No tsunami warning. There was one here on 6/8/2026, which was 5 days ago. 6/7. There's nothing showing up now. I don't see any tsunami warning here, so don't scare me like that. Don't scare me like that. Don't scare me like that, Christine. Oof. Thune is for it. I'm against it. Yeah. I wonder what the Dems are planning for the 4th. Something. No tsunami warning. Okay. I'm just saying it's my opinion or prediction any underwater earthquakes are preparing Florida for a tsunami. Oh, my God. All right, you scared me. 8.8 seconds left in the final. Spurs about to choke again. Is that it? Does that mean that the New York will win? Maybe I don't know. Get to the chopper. All right, chopper's here. 20 companies working on brain chips. Thought crimes will be a thing eventually. Oh, they will. They'll make it a thing. They will make it a thing. Thank you for the 45, though, Christine. You scared the crap out of me. Because I'm in Florida. So I don't want a tsunami to come through and kill me. It's about to go down. Yeah. Knicks win the championship with the Spurs choke. It's about to go down. I'm sure it's going to get crazy in New York. A lapse of key spy authority raises national security concerns. So that's what they're saying. Key surveillance tool. So they're going to say something happened. They're going to blame it on this, and they're going to go through. Yeah. Intelligence apparatus administration of both parties that defended this was created in 2008. Wow, it's just crazy. This was created in 2008. Thanks, Obama. Oh, here. Vice President Vance issues statement addressing information on deal with Iran. So that's what we saw this already. I'm seeing a lot of fake news about the deal. I've noticed a couple of bizarre things. We're not giving them any money.
I probably shouldn't say this, but I used to charge people over $1,000 to fix this exact kind of scratch. Now,
and most importantly, we have a deal that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, which was the whole purpose of what we had to go through to get this. So it was a very big thing. But we have a signing soon, and the documents are in pretty final shape. So we'll see. Very good. Should be done. That should be done pretty quickly. They want it every bit as much as everybody else wants it. And I think a lot of good relationships can ensue from this.
Yep, that's awesome. This says Trump calls off the bombings.
Why this $60 invention is making $300 pressure washers obsolete. Because it doesn't use a single drop of electricity, just pure water pressure multiplied 15 times. They're called Jeterix, and they're nothing like those weak spray nozzles you tried before. This thing multiplies.
I just got.
All right, this was the wrong thing. I was supposed to be sharing this. I had the wrong thing shared. I'm so sorry. POTUS calls off the bombing. Let's see.
You have said before that Iran and the United States were close to a deal. It has not happened yet. Why are you so convinced that this time is different?
Because they've taken a pounding. They've taken a pounding like very few people could take. And they want to make the deal a lot more than I do.
The newest promise from President Donald Trump. He says the U.S. and Iran are close to a deal to end the war and reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
The straits are going to open immediately. It's upon signing. Maybe it'll be Saturday or Monday.
A spokesman for the Iranian Foreign Ministry said on state TV nothing's been finalized. Since he launched the war in February, the president has repeatedly said the U.S. is close to a deal.
It'll open up immediately upon signing, which could be in 2 or 3 days.
And he said he's postponed strikes based on negotiations.
I got a call yesterday, sir. Could you wait? We think we're close to a deal.
Still, the Iranians say the Strait of Hormuz is closed, affecting oil and fertilizer markets around the world.
I know the farmers have a problem with fertilizer, but that's all coming down now. And your fuel is going to be, I think it's going to be lower than it was 4 or 5 months ago.
Democrats say the president doesn't have a strategy.
This is what happens when a president starts a war of choice and doesn't have a full-fledged plan.
Wow, this is what happens. Yeah, that's a full-fledged plan. We have a plan. So Vance says Iran will get no cash. Iran gets no cash for signing a deal. And then this news, the DHS and the DOJ has Knicks win. You have me totally cracking my sister and me up. We're belly laundering. Belly laughing? What's wrong? It freaked me out. I was looking for a tsunami. We will not comply with Governor Scumbooger's unconstitutional mask ban. Our officers wear masks to protect themselves and their families, said DHS. We will not comply with Governor Abigail Scumbooger's unconstitutional directive. What a choke. lost 3 games by a total of 6 points. That's what you call choking. To be clear, we will not comply with the unconstitutional mask ban. DHS officers are being targeted by a coordinated campaign of violence. Our officers are facing coordinated violence, including a 1,300% increase in assaults and an 8,000 increase in death threats. On Thursday, they announced that it's filed a lawsuit against Virginia's unconstitutional attempt to regulate federal law enforcement by criminally prohibiting federal officers from wearing masks and requiring individual identifiers. Will they ban protesters in masks as well? No, they have no problem with that, Tony. They have zero problem with people wearing masks. And in fact, I have some videos we'll probably get to from England where they were making the people that were protesting against, getting murdered by the illegal aliens and the migrants and different people in England, that those people couldn't wear masks. But the Antifa people that were protesting against them, they were fine wearing the mask. So they have 2-tier policing in England, just like we have it here. It's getting worse there. It's getting worse here. I'm hoping England and Ireland can turn it around. Maybe some other European countries can turn it around. And then maybe we can too. I wish we never had the culture of masks from the bat dung. Yeah, me too. Me too. Virginia's law threatens the safety of federal officers through a wave of doxing and violence. Scum booger signed a prohibition on wearing facial covering into law. It's slated to take effect July 1st. In this action, the Justice Department's complaint seeks declaratory injunction. Don't worry, Jim, I'll take Bella for you. Oh, well, thank you. I'm sure she'd go. She'd go with you. She'll go with anybody. She always tries to leave with people. I don't know why. She just loves to get in the cars and stuff. When the post office lady, when the mail lady comes to drop off the mail, Bella jumps in the car with her and just sits there like, hi, can I go? So far, no fires in New York, no deaths reported, but it's early. Well, it is early. Lone Ranger used to be the only guy in a mask. Yeah. Todd Blanche issued a memorandum initiating an investigation to all state and local laws and policies that facilitate violations of federal law or impede the lawful federal operations. What about sanctuary laws? Why aren't we doing something about the sanctuary laws? That's a question I have. Why aren't we doing something about the sanctuary laws? That's what we should be doing. That's what we should be doing. Bella doesn't get kidnapped. No, I'm just saying she's like sweet Bella girl deserves all the treats. Yeah, she's like the mail lady's like, it's funny, Bella, because it's like the open thing they come and she just steps in there with her like, hi. Bella's super friendly with people, super friendly to people. They asked the court to preliminary and permanently enjoin Virginia's state law trying to, take over for federal government. Like all these people, they think they're the federal government, especially Scumbooger. I don't really like Scumbooger at all. DOJ files lawsuit after Virginia law bans federal officers from wearing masks. It's just crazy. Trump's DOJ sues Scumbooger. Let's see what
And we are watching this developing story for you. The Trump administration is now moving ahead with its crackdown on illegal immigration. Our next guest has vowed the largest ICE deployment ever to New York City as Mayor Mamdani and Governor Hochul lay out new anti-ICE policies. Border Czar Tom Homan joins us now. Tom, it's good to see you, and thank you so much for coming back to the program. What's the update here, and what are the next steps with the administration on this crackdown?
Well, look, we've been locked out of Rikers Island for years. I mean, I had an agreement with prior Mayor Adams to get back in Rikers Island. Of course, the city council sued to keep us out of Rikers Island. And Governor Hochul just signed legislation that ended our 287G agreements that we had in that state and stopped cooperation. So I met with the governor several months ago and told her, here's how we fix Minnesota. We fix it by having the sheriffs come to the table and let us have access to criminal alien, the safety and security of a jail, which is safer for the officers, safer for the aliens, certainly safer for the community. And she also limited, we can no longer rent jail beds for the people we arrest to keep them detained in the local area, which means everybody we arrest in New York now will simply fly to Texas. I have no problem with that, but how is that favorable to the migrant community? It's not. So look, we got to do what we got to do. When I lose the efficiencies of a jail where one agent can arrest one bad guy and they release him to the street, now I got to send a whole team, a few jobs team, which is 6 or 7 people for officer safety reasons, to find that person. So we got to increase the resources to do the same job we were doing, less resources. And another point, when we're on the street to find a bad guy, and we find him many times he's with others that may not be a public safety threat, but they're in the country illegally. Well, guess what? They're coming too, so collateral arrest will increase. This is a result of sanctuary cities, not working with us.
That's right.
So in terms of sanctuary,
totally a result of sanctuary cities not working with them.
cities not working with you, Tom. Secretary.
So Justice Department's going to launch the lawsuit. We talked about that. I have some news for everybody. Some people might know about this, but some people might not. So we're going to talk about this. All right. So Greg Bovino, you guys all know who Greg Bovino is. He used to head Border Patrol, right? Obviously, it's hard to vet people. Yeah, I, for one, be fine not wearing a mask. I have no wife or kids at home to protect. It would be hard to affect me by proxy, but I understand why officers want to protect their identities. Yeah. So he quoted this, talking about as bad as Bill Clinton was on the border, he won the dang thing. It's the economy stupid. Yet here we are, politicians scratching their heads, wondering why Americans are getting crushed by housing, groceries, healthcare, and wages. They pretend it's mysterious. It's not. Simply the demand. It's complicated. Flood the country with tens of millions of third world migrants competing for the same houses, jobs, schools, and services. And prices explode. Everyone here knows it. Mass deportations now. It's right there in front of them. Pay citizens first. The economy will thank you. Because he's quoting what Branca was saying when Branca was on Tim Pool. All right, you guys all know Branca, friend of the show, great friend. And so then I said, would you be willing to be a guest on the Branca show sometime? I think it would be honored to have you join him sometime to discuss the invasion and some of the cases of self-defense your guys have had to deal with around the country. And he responded with, I'd be honored. And then you know what else he did? He follows me now. I am now followed on X by Gregory K. Bovino, retired Border Patrol commander at large. Isn't that amazing? Wow. And he's going to be, he did do a show with Branca. I don't think he did one yet. He's going to do one. He's scheduling it. He's going to do the show with Branca. It should be coming up this week. So, yeah. So, look at that. Jim bringing people together, getting shows. Yes. Yeah. So, and helping people out. Look at that. Look at that. All right. And then this is what we were talking about. All right. California water system hit by Iranian hackers and a terrifying threat to drinking supply. That's cool. Thank you. Congratulations, Nix. That's right. That's right. Thank you. It's awesome. I think it's awesome. I think this might have something to do with the stuff. I personally think, my personal opinion, this might have something to do with the Mythos stuff. Maybe. I think Wednesday at noon Eastern time. Yeah. I saw the thumbnail saying it's coming soon. Yeah, it's coming soon. Yeah, so I did my good deed, I think. I'm telling myself that happened because of me. I got someone following me. I'm a champion. Well, good for you. California water system hit by Iranian hackers and threat to drinking water. I think this might be why. This just came out today. Iranian hacker group is claiming it infiltrated systems serving California cities in an apparent act of retaliation against the United States. A group known as the Handala threatened it, breached systems tied to Bakersfield, Visalia, Chico, posting screenshots what appeared to show residents' water bills. Wow. In 2 days, Trump destroyed the water sources of the oppressed people of the Sarik with multi-million-dollar rockets in 50-degree heat. Today, the Iranian retribution is reaching the heart of America. Well, I mean, the heart of America is the center of America, kind of the heartland. I give zero fucks about overpaid sports ball. Just promise me both cities burn themselves down over it. It'd be nice. Thank you. Visalia? Okay. No, California will have no drinking water or firefighting water. I know, this is the thing. It's like, maybe that's why that thing burned down. I don't know. Despite alarming claims, they said it would not shut off the water, describing the breach as a warning to Trump. California Water Services found no evidence the systems were compromised. We have conducted a scan of our internal networks and find no signs of any compromise. It's Bakersfield. Yeah. So they claim that they don't have any issues, but somehow they got it. Maybe two people just sent them scans of their water bills. I mean, there probably is Iranian spies in California, but who knows? They have a record of overstating their capabilities, boasts about choosing to spare the water supply reads as a psychological operation. Still, experts warn that water utilities remain active targets. The allegations of an escalation in the ongoing war. Trump claimed, however, the two sides are scheduled a peace deal Sunday that forbids them from owning nukes. We look forward to working with Iran. So we'll see what happens with that. We'll see. Okay. Got a couple more things. And then here we got this story. I'm going to go through some X stuff real quick. Visalia is south of Fresno. Bronco and Mavina are basically thought twins, so it should be an animated show. I'm hoping so. I'm hoping it'll be a good show. So Mary King says, I get so upset when white people claim that black males are never in their kids' lives. Enjoy this heart-rending moment between a father and son that breaks every stereotype imaginable. Black excellence. You guys ready?
He's on the backside of a building on John Street. Doors open. He's getting the child out now, and he's running southwest. The kid's running behind him, moving southbound.
He's currently running southwest with a child.
I already left the kid behind. Coming back out of the parking lot, continuing south right to that more car.
Come on! You're gonna get paid! Get on the grill! Get on the grill! Put your hands behind your back!
There's a deputy out with the child.
It's okay. It's okay.
Only big boys get the stars.
The brave ones.
The brave big boys. You're a brave big boy. Give me a bump.
Wow. It's crazy, isn't it? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy?
He's on the backside of a building.
Like this guy says, I won't be back. All right. And this is what's going on in England, just so everyone understands. The Harrow Council hiring 7th century cavemen to hand out fines, which they receive commission from. Those arguing their case not to be fined are being threatened by inbreds.
I was gonna do.
Well, what were you gonna do then?
I don't need to tell you what I was gonna do. This guy, fam, coming my noise off. What do you mean? Don't butt in my business.
Listen, you know what you're doing, Ak. You know what you're doing.
Don't call me Ak, fam.
You know what you're doing.
You're trying to mess with our money.
I'm not messing with your money.
Something right now. Come to the alleyway right now. We're gonna show you what time it is. We're gonna show you what time it is, bro. We're gonna make sure you can't work no more and earn no money because you're trying to butt in with our money. And bro, do you know what I do to people like that? Come here now. Come, let's go.
Why would I come there? Why would I come there?
Brother, don't come into business. I swear, when I'm not in uniform, I'm gonna knock you the fuck out and whip your teeth out. You know that? If I give you one punch, I'll knock all your teeth out. We've got people.
I don't know why you're getting aggressive.
Bro, come across the road now because you're trying to mess with our money, bro.
I'm not trying to mess with your money.
I'm gonna show you what time it is. Come now.
Nah, do your thing, man.
Call a police officer for you. He'll fuck you up, you know.
Why would a police officer fuck me up?
Because we work with them and you didn't know that, did you? So
I
come
did know
across the
that,
road
though.
now
I
because I'm
did
going
know
to show
that.
you what time it is.
All right,
Come
cool.
across the road.
So
'cause
can
I'm
I ask
telling
you a
what time
question
it is.
then?
Bro, I ain't having no one disrupt my job, you know. Do I come and disrupt your money when you're painting and fucking decorating? You waste money.
All right, cool. Okay, let me ask you
I'll
then.
come and throw you through the fucking walls, brother, and put paint all over you, bro.
Yeah, see? Yeah, it's a real law enforcement. And it's not only happening in England. It's not only happening in England, all right? But, oh, look at this. Council enforcement officers are sacked after they're caught on camera threatening member of the public. Womp, womp, womp. Yeah, if they weren't captured threatening a member of the public on camera, though, would they have really been sacked? That's the question, right? But not on their body cams, which they turned off before they did this. Absolute gems. I noticed their names aren't mentioned here. Why is that? Could be wrong, but why aren't these two thugs in jail? If a white man acted this way and said the things to a Muslim man, they've been in jail faster than crap to a goose. White people are getting 2 years in jail for mean Facebook posts. Just another lousy example of a two-tier justice system. This guy's got a point. Seize all the assets to naturalize and deport. Like this guy says, deportations take too long. Hear me out. Hear me out. So tough with backup. Cry when they're alone. I know I've seen it. Yep. Womp, womp, womp. Definitely. They shouldn't be able to deactivate their body cams. No, they should be on all the time. I'll rip your teeth out. Council enforcement officers are sacked after they were threatening people on camera. Is this an actual video?
What were you gonna do then? I don't need to tell you what I was gonna do.
Oh.
No, it's off.
No, it's off. Make sure your camera's off. Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? Crazy. This is a moment council enforcement officers threatened to knock out a member of the public. Harrow Council in Northwest London has sacked 2 employees. W voted for Vlad. That's right. He has a point. He does. He does, right? Vlad's great, isn't he? Yeah. Most I got was AFJROTC and CAP. Under 42, you can still do it. During a minute-long encounter, the 2 enforcement officers, both wearing hoods over their bright purple jackets and black vests, are equipped with body-worn cameras, tell the man they're going to rip his teeth out. One of them told him, when I'm not in uniform, I'm going to knock you to F out. I'm going to rip your teeth out. I'll come throw you through the effing walls. The enforcement officers even threatened to call the police in the North Holt Road in South Harrow because the officer would F you up. Footage begins with one of the council workers wearing a black hood confronting a member of the public who was recording the incident, saying, "What did you think I was going to do? I don't need you to tell you what I was going to do." The other officer wearing a hood then walks and presses the button on his body cam's camera and says it's off. The enforcement agent then continues to button my business. Yeah. What do you know? This is crazy, man. Probably only fired for turning the cameras off. They should be in jail. They shouldn't just be fired. They should be in jail. They used to display people or parts of them on a London Bridge, the good old days. Yes. They used to draw and quarter people and hang the parts off there. The man recording responds, "You know what you're doing here. You know what you're doing." The council worker in the red then turns around and begins to verbally threaten the member of the public. As he turns off his body cam, the officer tells the man, you're trying to mess with our money. I'm going to show you something right now. Come across the street. Come away. We're going to show you what time it is, bruv. And we're going to make sure you can't work no more because you're trying to butt into our money. The enforcement agent then gestures to the man to follow him across the busy road. I swear when I'm not in uniform, it says, argument intensifies. The officer in the black hood adds that we've got people to feed. Before the man filming tells them both, I don't know why you're getting aggressive. The worker in the red hood continued, gestures with his thumb towards the road. Come across the road. If I call the police, he's going to F you up. He then begins to unzip his black vest, in which his body-worn camera is mounted before adding, bruv, I ain't having no one disrupt my job like you. Go ahead and come and interrupt your job while you're painting and decorating. You a waste man. I'll come throw you through the walls. It's understood the enforcement agents worked for the Kingdom Services Group and had been contracted by Harrow Council. According to its website, the company provides a local authority support to committed to helping local authorities create safer, cleaner, and more welcoming communities. Yeah, these people go around and give people fines. They get money. They get paid. They get a piece of the fine. The UK amazes you every day. People don't understand the difference between Muslim mentality and Arab mentality. The last one is the worst. They'll throw a child in front of a car to make a point. Yep, I was going to get to this. I was going to get to that. Tommy Robinson has been detained again. One more comment about the NBA. Thank God it crap's over. Basketball's turned so crappy. Not my words, from a book written by a famous Arab writer. That's how wonderful and justice system hard at work. How proud we are. I meant the threat didn't cause the firing. If they had left the camera on, they would have still had their job despite needing jail. Maybe. I don't know. I'm surprised they didn't arrest this guy for being a racist. That's what England's been doing lately. It says, our team of experts are tailored environmental enforcement community safety solutions for strategy to combat environmental crime, reduce antisocial behavior, and improve community life for your residents. The Kingdom also provides health, training, security, and cleaning and recruitment services. Harrow's council website said it's partnered with Kingdom Local Authority Support, who works alongside enforcement officers to issue fixed penalty notices. It's currently unclear what the argument was about, why it started, or who the man filming the incident is, but the footage, already widely shared on social media, has prompted a quick response. The local authorities condemned the incident as unacceptable and said the enforcement officers in the video have subsequently been sacked. A spokesperson for the council said in a statement, "We are aware of the video circulating in relation to conduct of 2 enforcement officers. Swift action was taken as soon as the incident was and complaint were raised to us. We take the instance of officers deliberately turning off their body-worn cameras seriously." Oh, so you're right. They did it because the cameras were off. Threats of violence towards members of the public are wholly unacceptable and will not be tolerated. Kingdom Services Group said, we are aware of the video circulating. As soon as the incident were brought to our attention, swift action was taken. The individuals no longer work for Kingdom Local Authority Support. Equally, any threats of violence are wholly unacceptable. Last September, 2 enforcement officers in Haro accused a resident of spitting in the street, which the man claims he didn't, before fining him 100 pounds. Kamal Shah has since had the fixed penalty notice overturned, but said he felt life had been stereotyped by the officers, who described as very intimidating. Mr. Shah, who says denies spitting, told the BBC, "They said I spat in the air. They couldn't show me any evidence. I feel like I was stereotyped. On the day my leg was hurting, I was limping a bit. I looked older, an easy target." Hey, Eastwind Farms, what's up? If there are no police, why are they wearing vests? Because they just have these people to go around and issue fines because they want to collect money. Everything is about fining people. Fines. That's what everything is. They got all these councils and different things. They collect money. Everything works off of fining people. It's basically the same scam like speed traps, or like a lot of towns have money where cops get paid off of fine. Like in the US, it used to be that way. Like sheriffs got paid by issuing summonses and doing different things, delivering papers or fines. They got to collect things. They got paid by arrests. So they would just arrest people to get paid. Despite Kingdom's officers wearing body-worn cameras, these had only captured the moments they approached Mr. Shah. And last year, a different enforcement company issued 5-year-old girl with a $1,000 fly tipping fine. I don't know what is a fly tipping fine? £1,000? Harrow Council later canceled the fixed penalty notice, and the APCOA apologized to the girl's family over the incident. Like, what the fuck is going on? What is fly tipping? It says it's illegal dumping or something. Fly tipping, the illegal dumping of waste, is treated as a serious offense in the UK. The penalties for those caught could be up to 500 pounds, community service. Serious offenses, possibly up to 5 years in prison. Fly tipping is a criminal offense with significant financial and legal repercussions. Illegal dumping. So littering, I guess. Littering is fly tipping. Oh. Yeah, so Tommy Robinson was detained. Cow tipping, dumping trash. Fly tipping and dumping trash. It's like the HOA on steroids. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. No idea. Yeah. I've heard of cow tipping. Petition of government for redress agreements is among the oldest legal heritage, dating back 800 years to Magna Carta. Yeah. Crazy. Tommy Robinson detained. Activists stopped at Heathrow under counterterrorism laws. The former Aegis Defense League leader, whose name is Tommy Yaxley Lennon, was stopped and detained at Heathrow on Saturday of counterterrorism. British activist was stopped by police at Heathrow. This is crazy. This is just nuts. Like the U.S. government should be doing something about this. Like seriously. They should be doing something about this. Like the State Department should be saying, you have to stop what you're doing. You're turning into a fascistic country. You're targeting basically people based on their race. Robinson was stopped and had his phone seized under Section 3 of the Counterterrorism Border Security Act, which gives police officers power to stop, question, and search individuals suspected of traveling in connection with planned or carrying out hostile acts. What fucking hostile act has Tommy Robinson ever participated in? This is ridiculous. I'm a terrorist again. I've been detained at Heathrow Airport for the best part of 3 hours. My phone's been seized. Here we go again. Robinson claimed he was here for 3 hours, that officers took both his iPhone and his Galaxy phone during his stop. He also used the opportunity to ask supporters to contribute money. Here's a paperwork advising me about my detention under the Counterterrorism and Border Security Act of 2019 and what they're targeting me for. Officer believes that it could be used in connection with carrying out a hostile act. iPhone and Samsung Galaxy. Counterterrorism and Border Security Act. Like, this is what you call bureaucratic fucking tyranny right here. That's ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. Then you get the memo. It's against the law to be you. Served on the detention. Notice the detention date, 6/13/27. That's the wrong year. But officer, he seemed kind of retarded or racist. I'm sorry. Free speech has not been banned, and we will arrest anyone who says it has. Yeah. Yeah, so this is why. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I wasn't sharing this tab. I wasn't sharing the tab to show you the papers that they showed them. I'm sorry. Look at this. Anyone who believes it could be carrying something in a hostile act. So basically, protesting in England, protesting against beheading people is illegal in England now. You're still laughing because it's a farm term. Tommy should have just stayed in the USA and not gone back. Definitely, definitely. The only thing we can threaten to stop helping them, no more money, triple tariffs. Yeah, we need to, we can actually, there's things they can do. They can say, they can classify them as like basically like China and other countries that they, they're basically oppressing their people. Britain is lost. Maybe Ireland will inspire them, the rest of them to take their country back. Yeah. Coming to a city near you unless we stop this now. You ain't kidding. Hey, what's up, Mr. CR Boss? They do have a history of putting heads on pikes. That's what they should start doing. America, yeah. What's up, Glenn Croy? Great to see you. Yeah, so that's what's happening over here, over here, over here. And I'll just say that I agree that this is the way. Deportations, take too long. Hear me out. I agree. Let me, couple things here. So that was this story. Saw that story. Look at this. A Mexican trade group leader was fired after a racist gesture at the World Cup. Look at, he was making fun of the Chinese people and they fired him. So I guess Hispanics can be racist. So does that mean blacks can too? I was late. I was baking ginger man cookies, schmeckles. Oh, were you baking them like the Hiles do? Trump is dismantling them. Check out Promethean Action. Can you believe this? That they got rid of this guy? It's like the greatest actor ever. I have a certain set of skills. He did The Eye, yeah. And they fired him over it. It's crazy. Wow. I thought the Mexican, he's officially been fired for making racist gesture. Yeah. When will they? And when they are racist the other way around, no one is saying anything. So the Koreans did this. Viva Mexico! Like they're cheering on the team, though. I think it isn't a joke. Racism isn't a joke. Oh. Wow. I mean, I can't. I just think it's silly. Yeah. UK patriots are erupting in rage after an African and Muslim migrant stab and pillage their homeland. They're reaching a breaking point. Hey, what's up, Brian? How you doing? Great to see you.
Wow, look at that footage. Protests erupt in Northern Ireland after a Sudanese asylum seeker allegedly blinded a Belfast man in an attempted beheading. This is just the latest consequence of Europe's disastrous open border policies. Over 1 million migrants flooded into Europe into 2015, which quickly backfired after illegal aliens committed devastating terrorist attacks in Paris, Berlin, and Nice. Thankfully, America has been spared from the worst of the migrant crisis thanks to President Trump. During both terms, illegal entry numbers plummeted. Tommy, I'm going to start with you on this. What benefit does any Western nation gain from allowing a large number of military-aged men from terrorist hotspots into their country?
I'm still trying to find the justification for that. I know in this country, it's because they need to be in blue states for the representation number, so they don't really care. It's a warm body is a warm body.
It's a warm body is a warm body. That's what they're doing. Yeah. Crazy. Check this out. In Hollywood, Florida, 6 men kidnapped a man and tortured him for money, even pulling his fingernails out using a blowtorch. They've all been arrested. Be careful. Sal Alfonso Fajardo, Anthony Tarula Hernandez, Waylon Hernandez, Amari Tamira Hill, Justin Fei Hong Lei, and Marakavis McNichols Jr. It's crazy. Crazy. This is horrifying. A man is suing multiple law enforcement agencies over a wrongful arrest. Artificial intelligence was used to falsely identify him as a suspect. This is crazy, right? And the AI even said it was a 93% match. This is so extremely dangerous that they're using this for law enforcement. Authorities were looking for a suspect who tried to lure a child at a restaurant in Jacksonville Beach more than 300 miles away. To be accused of a heinous crime of this nature, I'm thinking I may not be coming back home. Investigators submitted surveillance images of the suspect into facial recognition, which revealed a 93% match. But not only was Dylan incorrectly identified, he's never even been to Jacksonville Beach. Ready for some horrifying news? This is being used nationwide. From what I've found, all these states have documented false arrests with AI. Florida, Maryland, Michigan, Missouri, Louisiana, Nevada, New Jersey, New York, North Dakota, and Arizona. Again, all these states have documented false arrests with AI. So they're out here using AI to arrest people.
The law enforcement.
Not them. It's not them.
You got any shoes or anything on you?
Are you me, man?
I'm not.
This morning, a Florida husband and father is suing multiple law enforcement agencies after being wrongfully arrested, he says, due to a flawed AI facial recognition technology.
I don't wish this on my worst enemy.
Tell you what, man, I'm gonna put you in the cuff in the front.
This is nuts.
Police body camera video obtained by our affiliate Gulf Coast News showing the 2024 arrest outside Robert Dillon's home.
I was basically telling him this is crazy. I have no idea who did this, but it's not me.
Authorities were looking for a suspect who tried to lure a child at a restaurant in Jacksonville Beach, more than 300 miles away.
To be accused of a heinous crime of that nature, I'm thinking I may not be coming back home.
Investigators submitted surveillance images of the suspect into a facial recognition program, which revealed a 93% match of facial features to Dylan. But not only was Dylan incorrectly identified, he's never even been to Jacksonville Beach.
I argued with the police officer for 20 minutes, and he insisted that I know that I'm looking at your mugshot.
Weeks after his arrest, the state attorney's office dropped the case, but it took nearly a year to wipe it from his record.
It's horrible that this AI is put in the hands of people that aren't qualified to use it.
We've reached out to all law enforcement agencies being sued by Dylan with the help of the ACLU. Only the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office responded. They're the ones who oversee the use of the technology. They said, in part, the assertion that PCSO failed to train is patently false. And they also said it was wrong for the Jacksonville Beach police officer to arrest someone based solely on facial recognition.
What happened to this guy is horrifying, but what's even more horrifying is how many states are doing this. Now, here's a list, and I want to show you something. Before looking at this list, just know that every one of these states is using AI for arrests, and every one of these states has documented cases of false matching AI with facial recognition. So all these people were arrested because of AI, and it was all false. Florida, Maryland, Michigan, Missouri, Louisiana, Nevada, New Jersey, New York, North Dakota, Arizona. At least 12 plus states have agencies that have used facial recognition in arrests.
Sue the fuck out of
Look at this. Wrongful arrests have been publicly documented in the states listed above due to over-reliance on AI matches without corroborating evidence.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do that. Sue the shit out of all of them. I mean, they should need to get other evidence. That's right. Link to this report. I mean, I can just give you what I got. This is all I got is this story. I don't know where the story is from. It's a news story. I mean, I'm sure.
You got any shoes or anything on you?
I can do this and give you this. It's a local, so you'd have to look local, Pinellas County. I could give you, I'll put it in the chat. There you go. MacGyver, it's in the chat for you. I didn't get more on the story. It's just a local news story, Gulf Coast News. So Gulf Coast News. Now we got this. We got an illegal migrant butcher rapes and murders a 92-year-old grandmother. Can you believe this? Can you believe this? Wow. Hold on. Yeah. An illegal Muslim migrant, Reza Khan, brutally raped and murdered a 92-year-old Maria Fortes in Queens, New York. Wow. You have evidence, real evidence, your common sense. Yeah. Illegal Muslim rape. Renee Collins with 5 Jim Tells You memberships. Wow. Thank you so much, Renee. Let's see who got those. It says Tenebra 7363, Deb in Texas, missed 9990. Simulated Cynic received a gifted membership. Wow. And Stephanie 7013 received a gifted membership. Thank you so much, Renee, for 5 Jim Tells You memberships. With that, that means, folks, we're now just $10 away, people. Just 10. $10 away from a second additional hour of the show. Just 10. Just $10 away. Does anyone have anything? Think this was his first grape? This guy didn't do it. The guy who tried to take the kid probably did, but they never found him. YouTuber, civil rights lawyer has featured a few of these mismatched AI arrests. Yeah, I think there was another one, if I'm not mistaken. There was another one in Florida where a woman was arrested. They said she did something in her car. They identified the car through AI or something that came after her. They spent time on not the right dude too. Yeah. Do I watch Alex Jones? I used to. I haven't been watching him lately. What did Snarf say? AI is a scam. Pretty much. Thank you so much, Renee. Yes, thank you. Thank you. AI is a total scam. Thank you. That's BS. Illegals don't commit crimes. The diversity of having them here makes society stronger. In my city, we have cameras that scan car drivers and license plates and attempt to locate criminals. Oh, the 92-year-old woman, not the kid. Oh, okay. Oh, definitely. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Don't forget to say goodbye to the Graham. Yes. Oh, thank you.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you so much. With that $10 from Renee Collins, that means we are now $100 away from a third additional hour of the show. Thank you so much, Renee. And as soon as the goal expires on YouTube, I will correct it and update it. Noise. To the moon. Yes. Thanks again, Renee Collins. Bills of pains and penalties. Yes. Thank you so much, Renee. Thank you so much. Don't forget to say goodbye to the Gram. Yes, I'll have to say goodbye to the Gram, to the Instagram, that is. We still got 5 minutes left on the goal. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Something just beeped and said there was an issue. All right, it's working. All right. My sound, I had a thing saying something about my microphone, and then so I hit the button, and I didn't know if it was working. Okay. Wait, Cynic wasn't a member before? No, he wasn't a member before. Loud and clear. Thank you. Yeah, so So the savage threw the helpless elderly woman on the ground, sexually assaulted her, and left her to die from the injuries. Wow. Despite the prior arrest and ICE detainer, Sanctuary City rules let this Muslim killer walk free. A Guyanese national with a common Muslim name turned a quiet neighborhood into a horror scene. Yes, thank you, Marie. Renee, thank you, Renee. I don't know why I said Marie. Yep, MacGyver, yep. Wow. Why are we saying goodbye to the gram? I just got here. Instagram, there's a 4-hour limit on Instagram, so we're going to get past 4 hours because we got 5 minutes left on the goal, and then I restart it for another hour. So Tony says it's a 1. No mercy for monsters like this. No mercy.
A growing debate now about whether the man charged with murdering a 92-year-old woman in Queens should have ever been in the country.
No, he shouldn't have been in the
Eyewitness News
country.
Reporter Candace McCowan has a story from Kew Gardens.
Federal officials say that this tragedy could have been avoided if New York wasn't a sanctuary city. ICE saying that the suspect should have been deported back in November when he was accused of assaulting his father.
Oh my God. How could you do this to a lady that old?
The family of 92-year-old Maria Fuertes is devastated that someone could be so heartless to assault and rape their elderly mother. And now federal officials saying the suspect, Reza Khan, is a Guyanese national in the country illegally. ICE saying they asked for Khan to be held so that he could be deported back in November after Khan was arrested, accused of stabbing his father with a broken coffee cup. ICE saying NYPD did not honor their request because New York is a sanctuary city. Just last week, prosecutors say Khan threw 92-year-old Maria Fuertes to the ground and sexually assaulted her. Fuertes later died. ICE now pointing the finger at New York City, saying it was a deadly choice to release a man on an active ICE detainer back onto the streets after his first arrest included assault and weapons charges. And now he faces new charges, including murder. Fuertes' family members left heartbroken.
She was a good soul, a kind soul, harmless soul. Wouldn't do that to anybody.
NYPD says they never received the request to hold Khan. City policy only turning over those who've been convicted of violent crimes. A spokesperson for Mayor de Blasio swinging back at federal authorities, saying if Mr. Khan is convicted, the city will cooperate with federal officials in a...
That's just crazy, right? Such a tragic news. Dems still let a 90-year-old woman murdered. Crazy. Crazy. Check this out. This guy was only sentenced to 2.5 years in prison for throwing a rock and hitting an ICE agent. For perspective, I was facing 24 years in prison for peacefully walking through the Capitol on January 6th. Mayor, I think the news story was messed up because I don't know. It said they did say de Blasio. I think the news, it can't be that old. They would not be showing him if he wasn't close to a 1. Yeah. Grandmas who prayed outside were facing decades. Look at this. Robert Jacob Hobbs has been sentenced to 30 months in federal prison for hitting an ICE officer to walk. Look at the size of the rock he's throwing at this ICE officer to hit him in the head. That's a deadly weapon. This is crazy.
Okay, this is absolutely mind-blowing to me. So this guy, I'm glad he's getting punished for sure, but he only got sentenced to 30 months in prison. For those who can't count, that's 2.5 years in prison. He threw a rock. It's not a small pebble. Look at it right there. It's a huge rock. He threw it and hit an ICE agent. Mind you, he did this while trying to defend foreign invaders of the United States of America. Terrorists, literally labeled as terrorists, a lot of these people. Criminal, illegal aliens. I bring this up just to say and put this in perspective for you guys. On January 6th, I was completely peaceful, nonviolent, non-destructive. The corrupt government never even accused me of those things because that's how peaceful I was on that day. I walked through an open, it's all on video. I walked through an open set of doors, thanked a police officer for his service. He gives me a friendly fist bump, and I say, God bless you, sir. And I was facing 24 years, roughly 24 years in prison. And that's before the terrorist enhancements that they threatened some of us with and hit some of us with. I was facing 24 years in prison. This guy throws a rock and hits a police officer or hits an ICE agent while defending criminal illegal aliens who invaded our country, and he only gets sentenced to 30 months in prison. This is nuts. Grandmothers who were praying outside of the Capitol, people who never even went inside the building that day, were facing more time than this guy is getting. This is mind-blowing. It should show everybody out there just a little bit of scratching the surface as to the weaponization that January 6th political prisoners and Trump supporters endured under the illegitimate Biden regime. This is nuts, man. 30 months, Dude, that's insane.
It's insane. It's totally insane. Totally insane that this is happening. All right. So I'm resetting the goal for $25 super chats for 1 hour. We are now $100 away from a third additional hour of the show. We'll get it cracking. We'll keep it going. Saw that one. Hollywood, Florida. Saw that one. This is horrifying. Man is suing. Saw that one. This was just posted 7 hours ago. I don't know. I don't know how old that story was. It says Karen Hollis was kidnapped by a career violent criminal in Alabama. He held her captive and repeatedly raped her. After approximately a week in brutal captivity, he choked her to death and then repeatedly raped her dead body before dumping her corpse on the side of the road. This is crazy. It's an all-nighter. We'll see. It could be. It could be as long as you guys want it to be. Yes, we need to earn something. I'd give you £5. Hey, a series of bats. What's up? Great to see you. Thanks for being here. The Dumbo Rats are heartless and morally bankrupt, that they would look at you as at least she lived until 92. Yesterday, one of them excused the near beheading of an individual because he survived. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Candygram. Yeah. That's right. Any amounts of fraud is unacceptable. That's definitely 4 pounds, 10 pounds. It's big. That's a decent sized rock. So I don't know. Anything over a pound that someone hits you with could kill you, I think. A half a pound. It's a big clump of concrete. Yeah, it is. It's huge. He was arrested and his bond was set at $15,000. $15,000. He murdered somebody, raped or murdered them, and raped their corpse. $15,000 for rape, murder, and rape of a corpse. Has this case been reported by the national media? I certainly haven't seen it. Plan accordingly. This happened in Alabama. Look at this. This is insane.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Ariel Bailey. And I'm Ashanti Ford. Now, what was initially a missing persons case has now been ruled a homicide by the Tuscaloosa County Sheriff's Office. The suspect, identified as Randall DeJourney, is in custody with the Tuscaloosa County Sheriff's Office and is now charged with murder. ABC 3340's Faye Fox, she's been working for you. And Faye, you spoke with Karen's family and they tell you they were actually face to face with the suspect the day before she went missing?
That's right, Ashanti. The family of Karen Hollis tells me they were helping her move out of her apartment in Northport when they say they met Randall DeJourney, who they say told them he was going to take over Karen's lease.
This new Ring doorbell footage shows Karen Hollis in the early morning hours on May 8th, shortly before she was reported missing. In the video, she can be seen on the stairs of her apartment, holding a blanket and talking to an unknown person off camera. Investigators say Hollis was killed inside her apartment. Her body was later found 8 days later on May 16th off the side of Interstate 20 in Greene County.
Just hastily discarded, just trying to get away, yes. Would not have seen her if you'd driven by in a vehicle because of the tall grass.
Tuscaloosa County Sheriff's Office says the suspect, Randall Adele DeJourney, is now charged with murder. Investigators also confirm a preliminary autopsy shows the cause of death was asphyxia, and the manner of death has been ruled a homicide. Now the family of Hollis is speaking out.
Well, May 7th, we went down there to get her mattress and her other stuff, and that's when I met him. I knew he was trouble just by looking at him. Yeah, he told us that he was taking over the lease and everything.
The family says they went to help Karen after she expressed that she did not want to remain in her apartment.
She was real cheerful and happy to see her family pulling up down there to help get her stuff out of the apartment. She begged me on my phone, "Mama, please, y'all come help me get my stuff."
Police say the investigation remains active. The family says they are still searching for answers.
We can't sleep. We can't eat hardly. We just go day by day. Just remember the last day we saw her. I just want the person responsible for what he did to my daughter. Everybody, please remember my daughter and don't let her memory fade.
$15,000 bond. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I believe in Florida that rock would be called a missile in court. Yeah, they call it missiles in court. Now, our justice system is broken. Everything else will quickly deteriorate in America now. Yeah, this is tragic. Monsters identify the genes, same genes. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. And here's an invader stalking women through the streets of Leeds is confronted by an auditor. This is crazy.
Dress afternoon.
But you're a white guy, I'm a black guy.
What does race have to do with it?
Leave her alone, lad.
Yo.
Oi. Yo.
Yo. Leave her alone. She ain't interested. She just said she ain't interested, bro. Yo. Leave her alone, man. She don't want to talk to you, bro. She don't want to talk to you, bro. Can you see how fast? Bro, she's walking away from you so fast. She's scared. Leave her alone, bro.
Follow a girl ever. Then go talk to her then.
We don't need to talk to her, bro. We can tell she's fucking scared.
Go talk to her then.
No. I'm talking to you. Leave her alone.
Then leave me alone.
No, you leave her alone.
I'm not talking to you. Leave me alone.
Leave her alone.
I'm not chatting to you. Leave
Brother,
me alone.
leave the fucking girl alone.
Leave
Back
me
away.
alone, please.
Leave her alone. Leave her alone. Go that way. Go that way. Oh, you what? You won't do shit. You will not do nothing.
You will do nothing.
You'll do nothing because you're a pussy.
Yes, good man. That is a good man. Did I cover the meteors in Cape Cod Bay? Might be a time to dust off my diving license. That story was about a week ago. I saw there was reports. We did cover. I talked about it. There was like explosions and flashes in the meteors, and then I pulled up. They showed like the flash. It was over the bay and everything, but it didn't cause any damage from what I know. So it wasn't really like a big story, Tony. It wasn't like a big story for that. There wasn't a lot to cover. Check this out. I'm sorry your daughter was gang raped and murdered by a Congolese retards, but there was a 0.000000 chance that they would have been good soccer players. Yeah, this is this guy. Oh, a reminder that Flo Bagalung would not be on the U.S. men's national team if Trump's birthright citizenship order was in place when he was born in New York. The first U.S. man to score more than one goal in a World Cup match. So yes. We can't have a nation because subversive thinks it's more important to play football. Yeah, this fucking clown. This is Siskind. That's his name, right? Siskind. Oh, yeah. He's married to that Amy Siskind. He's a fucking retard. So, the talking gloating during game last night was eligible for play. It's for 3 countries. Yeah. It's crazy. I guess my poll is a tad late. The riots have begun. That's the statue. Yeah. He was barking like a howler monkey. It's crazy, right? I don't know. BG on the scene. BG on the scene. I got some live videos from New York.
Fuck y'all gonna do? Fuck y'all gonna do?
Yeah, go Knicks. Yeah. Oh shit! Here comes the cops. How about you arrest them? Arrest everyone. Right. That's right. Yeah. Chuck Scummer confirmed all the judges that are blocking Trump and slowing things down and even going against SCOTUS. These judges will let the Dems off and prosecute the Republicans. Our judiciary system has become a weapon of tyranny. Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Hey, how you guys feeling today? Are you guys a little hungry? A little peckish? You need a little pick-me-up? You need some protein? Huh? You need some protein to make you feel better? Well, how about an American-made treat that's a 50% protein that can give you everything you need? It tastes great. Try King of Biltong, Anton's favorite meat. Put some of Anton's meat in your mouth over at www.biltongusa.com. That's right. And if you use promo code Jim, you'll save 10%. It's really good. They also have a bunch of other treats from around the world. They have cookies and candies and other snacks and things you can get. But the Biltong is all American made, all U.S. beef, natural, Angus, and Wagyu. Get some. Try the peri peri if you like a little spice. And if you like it really hot, they have some ghost flavor that is, oh, buddy, burn you on the way in and the way out. But check out King of Biltong at www.biltongusa.com. Use promo code Jim. Get yourself some good meats. Mm-hmm. Anton's meat in your mouth. You might want to lose that phrase. Oh, that's what it said right there. It said that right there. Put Anton's meat in your mouth. Buy some biltong. I was just reading the copy. Be careful ordering meat in the summer. 2 ice packs were not enough. I usually get 4. I usually get 4 ice packs. What's to say? Groiper says Hitler calls a meeting of his generals. I want to assassinate 1,000. General asks, but Fuhrer, why 4 hedgehogs? See, no one gives a fuck about. Oh, okay. That's funny. Thanks, Groiper. Trying to get me in trouble. You know it does, but it can be taken a different way. Well, I don't have a dirty mind like that. I have a clean mind. Let's see. We got some other stuff going on in New York. Absolute mayhem in New York as the following: the Knicks champions wins. Anyone that hates biltong is a commie. I know KPT. I'm just messing around too. And Graper, it's not that I can handle jokes, and thanks for the read and not trying to get me in trouble. I know you're not trying to get me in trouble. It's just I gotta be careful. That's all. Gotta be careful. Yes, please like the stream on YouTube and Rumble, the algorithm, share it out. That's right, it would really help. What exactly does destroying that vehicle have to do with winning the finals? Which, by the way, none of them assholes played and won anything. Yeah, they probably didn't even have money on it. I thought there was more. Oh, I thought I had more. I guess I didn't. That one. Look at this. 3 Indian immigrants hired to maintain. Oh, this is going to make you upset. This is going to, if you guys this might upset you. Cops with white shirts are the chiefs. Yeah, they're all like sergeants and above with white shirts usually. Laughter is good medicine. It is. 3 Indian immigrants hired to maintain an elderly couple's property repaid Arnold de Jong by wrapping his head in duct tape until he suffocated, then bludgeoning his wife to death, Joanne to death. In India, they would be given the death penalty. In Canada, they may only get 15 years if their constitutional challenge is successful. So this is in Canada. So they hired these Indians to take care of their house, and they murdered everyone in the house.
This video seems innocuous. Abhijit Singh and Kushveer Tour filming themselves cleaning the home of their soon-to-be victims.
Watching them be on the roof, it felt dirty. It felt targeted.
1 month later, the 2 men returned with their roommates, Gurkaran Singh. Arnold DeYoung and Joanne DeYoung were in their bedrooms, where they were viciously murdered and robbed.
To hear that my parents had died the way that they did, and just the torturous way that they had taken them away, was definitely shocking.
Tour even posted this TikTok of him and a murder weapon.
They treated that baseball bat like it was a trophy, and it's like they preserved it like it was a piece of gold, and it's what they used to end my mother's life.
The trio was convicted of first-degree murder, which carries an automatic life sentence and no chance of parole for 25 years. The lawyers for Tour have applied for a constitutional challenge, which can happen whenever there are multiple murder victims. It's expected counsel for the other two will join the application. That hearing is set for the first week of September, further delaying sentencing.
I'm sure our parents begged for mercy. The irony of a faint hope clause in which they can get released from jail, possibly after 15 years, just does not seem just to us. It's like opening a can of worms for any person that is.
You can't hear it? Oh,
coming to
sorry.
Canada and-
Sorry. You guys can't hear it?
This video seems innocuous. Abhijit Singh and Kushveer Tour filming themselves cleaning the home of their soon-to-be victims.
Watching them be on the roof, it felt dirty. It felt targeted.
1 month later, the two men returned with their roommates, Gurkaran Singh. Arnold DeYoung and Joanne DeYoung were in their bedrooms, where they were viciously murdered and robbed.
To hear that my parents had
George
died
Washington was
the way that they
Mexican
did,
American.
and just
Washington,
the torturous way
Torotan.
that they had taken them away was definitely shocking.
This is as loud.
Even
It's as loud as
posted
it'll
this
go.
TikTok
I got it
of
up
him
600%.
and a murder weapon.
They treated that baseball bat like it was a trophy, and it's like they preserved it like it was a piece of gold, and it's what they used to end my mother's life.
The trio was convicted of first-degree murder, which carries an automatic life sentence and no chance of parole for 25 years. The lawyers for Tour have applied for a constitutional challenge, which can happen whenever there are multiple murder victims. It's expected counsel for the other two will join the application. That hearing is set for the first week of September, further delaying sentencing.
I'm sure our parents begged for mercy. The irony of a faint hope clause in which they can get released from jail, possibly after 15 years, just does not seem just to us. It's like opening a can of worms for any person that is coming to Canada, and if they commit a crime, they can get off scot-free.
The DeYoung's daughters anguished at the ongoing delays and the chance the killers could spend less time behind bars.
Cool, Renegade X. That's cool. Renegade Liberator. That's cool to know. Those demons, God will judge. I hope so. Like, they should get Staff Sergeant Donnie Donowitz has entered the chat for justice. Yes. The Bear Jew. Like I am El Sapo was Mapo. El Sapo mas guapo. El Sapo was Mapo. See what happens in prison with American prisoners. Canada still. Yeah, it's Canada. Canada. What are you going to do? It's Canada. It's Canadistan. Ryan Lamuga, owner of Rhino Roofing and Siding in Bemidji, Minnesota, had 23 of his 30 employees detained by ICE yesterday. The agents reportedly told him they would track him down afterwards. It's a federal crime to knowingly hire illegal aliens. Ryan should be charged and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. How guilty do the daughters feel for not taking care of the parents themselves? Maybe, yes. So Canadians will pay for them to live out their lives with 3 meals a day and a bed. Yeah, they should get the same treatment. What a selfless act of courage from this man, protecting frightened women. Inspirational to all. Oh, you're back. You must be far behind, Christine, if you're watching that stuff with the woman. God judges. We just set up the meetings. That's right. We need to rebuke the demons. It's the only fact that keeps you sane. So let's see here.
It's chaotic. They were driving on the grass and everything in between the houses and everything. They didn't care to speak to me. They said they were going to come track me down after and whatnot, but that wasn't the case. Some of them were dropped off down the road and whatnot, so they weren't checking all documentation here either. They were arresting everybody. I mean, I had probably 30 here at one point, and I think we were left with 7, something like that. A couple of legal guys, one foreman doesn't even want to come back.
There was one gal said they're right behind her house. They grabbed somebody and mistreated him. I wasn't a witness of it, but she was pretty upset. And there was about 5 gals that were all together, kind of felt the same way, that they were really, I guess, mishandled in their view, but I didn't witness it.
It's chaotic.
Oh, okay. So what are they supposed to do? They're supposed to be nice when they're jumping off the roofs and all that shit? No, lock them all up. I'm definitely going to mention your name to my cardiologist. Well, I'm sorry. They say that good shocks to your heart actually keeps it going well. You know what I'm saying? It absolutely keeps you young. We already proved that Donald Trump armed the cartels for 40 years. I am an NRA's best friend who rallied the pro-slavery Confederacy as him who made the modern-day slavery great again for 40. What? I don't understand if you're trolling me or something. You're a bit slow today. No problem. I don't know if you're trolling me, Renegade Liberator X, but Donald Trump didn't arm the cartel at all. Obama did that. Obama did that. Fast and Furious, man. Yeah, where's the body cameras? Yeah. But this is Minnesota, you see. And in Minnesota, if that's true, then my heart should be good for 100 years. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the only thing that keeps me pumping. So, Bemidji is a small, isolated town, hiring 23 illegals out of a total 30 and presumably paying them at lower rates. Ryan Lima was locking out his fellow American countrymen from gainful employment and cheating his local municipality from payroll tax revenue, all while lining his own pockets at the expenses of others. A traitor to America, prison for him. Fine him for hiring and paying them under the table to avoid taxes. Jail will be better, but it isn't going to happen with this DOJ. You don't think so? You don't think so with this DOJ? I don't know about that. Update, a Muslim man just stabbed 3 people in Switzerland and police claim the motive is unclear. He did yell Allahu Akbar and went on a stabbing spree. The West does not have to live like this. You invite these Muslim savages and they pillage your homeland. Wake up and get them out. All right, here's the Muslim guy. And he yelled Allahu, he said Aloha snack bar. Maybe he thought he was in Hawaii, all right? And America, amor victa, love conquers all. We the people, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. There are 3 sacred laws. We don't know Christians. We don't know Christians a damn thing. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's yelling Allahu Akbar as he's stabbing people, but they say the motive is unknown. Right. You think Choosy has some competition here? Possible. Wow. Aloha snack bar. Maybe he thought it was maybe he thought he was in Hawaii and he said, Aloha, where's the snack bar? Maybe that's what he thought. Maybe that's what he thought. Today is the 3rd anniversary of the infamous double killing of Blake Lucas and Damon Lucas. Police called it a road rage and charged Stephen Long with 2 first-degree murders. DA Beth McCann dropped all the charges. Huh. Well, why? After getting a free pass for fatally shooting 2 people, Stephen Long is now trying to cash in by suing the city for racism. Huh. Just another statistic. Yeah. Oh. Just another statistic. Drop the charges. Yeah, now he's trying to sue the city. Nothing happens when you hear Aloha Snack Bar. No, nothing good happens at all. Switzerland is planning to cap their population at 10 million. They're at 9.1 now. They better stop a lot sooner. Better stop. You all would be nothing. You guys wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for us. Las Vegas, de Ramirez, Veracruz Vault. We go back your lives. You guys are slavers. Oh, cool, dude. Cool. Do you know the Spanish look like me that came here? That did all that stuff? The Spaniards. They were European, buddy. Have a nice day. Beth McCann doesn't look. Does DA look like a total scumbag that allows murderers free as long as they aren't white? Is happy to ignore crime. Beth is Satan. Is happy. Oh, look at it. What do you know? Oh, this is the DA that lets him go. What do you know? Check this out. Ohio police chief is arrested in Florida after a grand jury hands down a 70-count child sex indictment. Look at this. Huh. I bet you they used to champion this, guys. All right. Okay. All right. Bye-bye. This guy looks like one of these. I bet you he was a Pride guy. What do you want to bet? Bet you he was a Pride guy in Ohio. I mean, look at his face there. Look at his face there. Huh. I'm going to have to look into this. Read the story, right? Does that insult you? America owes no one. Come collect. Ohio police chief arrested in Florida after grand jury hands down 70-count child sex indictment. Very interesting. I can tell just by looking at him, he's one of those Pride guys. They probably championed him as saying like, oh, look, an Ohio police chief is facing a possibility of spending the rest of his life behind bars after being slapped with a 70-count indictment for sex crimes involving a child. Sorry, but I have a limit. I gave a break. No, it's okay. I took care of it. Hey, Third Ralify, what's up? How you doing? Great to see you. You guys wrapping up? Bethel Police Chief Chad Essert, 44, was taken into custody without incident in Seminole, Florida by Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. Oh, I wonder if they identified, maybe this was the guy that was trying to, you know what? Hold on a second. Hold on a tick. Do you remember that story earlier that we looked at? The guy that was trying to lure a child to the restaurant? Doesn't this look like the guy, the face of the guy that was on that video that they did the identification with? I wonder. I'm just saying. I wonder. Was this the guy that actually was trying to do it at the restaurant in Jacksonville Beach? And now they arrested this guy? I wonder. I wonder. I wonder. I'm so glad Mexico and South America speak of European languages. Yeah, that's right, Schmeckles. Doesn't it? It does look like him, doesn't it? Yeah. Yes, he does. I wonder. I wonder. Bethel police chief was taken into custody. Yeah. Claremont County grand jury indicted the Blanchester, Ohio resident on 56 counts of sexual battery and 14 counts of unlawful sexual conduct with a minor, all third-degree felonies. He faces a maximum penalty of 280 years in prison. The allegations stem from offenses that authorities claim occurred between 2005 and 2010 while Essert was an instructor at the Young Marines and a teacher at the Scarlet Oaks Career Campus in Sharonville. But we don't want to boot any more people because they are Greg. No, I didn't boot anybody. I just timed them out for 30 minutes. Happy Nuclear Family Month to you too, Schmeckles. Nobody's been booted. You know what I'm talking, but some people just talk shit to see their words on screen. He's not banned, just on break. Yeah, nobody's banned. They just get a timeout. Just get a timeout when they post nonsense. Why not first degree? This is the worst thing you can do to a child. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Imagine the woman that dated this guy. Yuck. Never date again. I mean, I look at this guy and it screams light in the loafers. All right. That's what I see. Like, I guarantee he was a Pride guy. He's got some weird tattoos on his chest, too. Officials say the alleged victim was a student and Essert's crime took place across multiple locations. It takes tremendous courage for a victim to come forward. What is happening? Every victim deserves to be heard. Prosecutors echoed the sheriff's sentiments, emphasizing the victims are protected and served regardless of the name of the perpetrator. Officials clarify the charges are unrelated to a separate investigation that Essert was previously reported by local media. Essert resigned from his position in 2010 to avoid being fired over allegations of sexual harassment, intimidating a witness. Essert's employment status is unclear as of Friday afternoon. He's being held in Pinellas County Jail awaiting extradition to Claremont County. I mean, because wasn't that Pinellas County also that didn't they say it was Pinellas County that did that thing? They arrested that guy off of the AI stuff. They did say that, right? The village of Bethel did not immediately respond to requests for comment. I mean, that's just a crazy story. That's just a crazy story. Democrats are furious that a law will soon take effect in Florida requiring that every driver's license issued will need to display whether the person is a non-citizen or not. It's always Pinellas, damn it. That's what I'm saying. That was the county before where that guy was arrested because it was the picture and they said it was AI, whatever, that found him. That guy's face looked an awful lot like the guy in that picture. So from now on, all Florida driver's licenses will have to say if they're a citizen or not. The law also ensures that only citizens vote.
Starting January 1st, anyone applying for or renewing their Florida driver's license who is not a U.S. citizen will see the letters NC printed on it, non-citizen. WEAR's Melanie Levy joining us in the studio now. Melanie, this comes as part of a statewide SAVE Act that Governor Ron DeSantis signed this month.
Bob, that's right. On April 1st, the governor signed the SAVE Act to strengthen election security. But critics warn people who have non-citizen or NC brandished on their driver's licenses could become a target. On January 1st, non-citizens in Florida applying for or renewing their driver's license will see the letters NC printed on it, even if they live here legally. Escambia County Democratic Party Chair Derek Scott says this could open the door to discrimination, especially during traffic stops.
You're going to see an uptick of people being unnecessarily detained, irrespective of if they have proper documentation.
Oh, well.
Or not. This just unnecessary over patrolling, over policing, and it's going to create a sense of distrust amongst the community. I mean, we already are in a police state where people are being profiled just upon the way they either look or the way they speak.
Governor Ron DeSantis signed the measure on April 1st. It's part of the Florida SAVE Act, which the governor says will make elections more secure.
This is just creating greater accuracy, accountability, and transparency.
Republican Congressman Jimmy Patronis says he supports the idea. Now, some critics might warn that having non-citizen written right on somebody's license, even if they are here legally, that could make them a target of discrimination. What is your take on that?
Well, look, that's a matter of, I guess, opinion. Some people may feel self-conscious or not, but again, there's nothing wrong with somebody being a non-citizen. This is just all part of us having accurate documentation of where their standing is.
Tax collector Scott Lunsford oversees driver's license offices in Escambia County. He says the DMV offices are ready to handle the change.
And for folks who are in the country temporarily or for limited time,
What's
they
going on with
would
what?
need to bring
What do you
proof
mean?
that they lawfully entered the country and then establish how long they're allowed to be here for.
Lunsford says DMV employees are well prepared to examine personal documents.
And we see it every day from fraudulent permanent resident cards, manipulated birth certificates, and we stop a lot of fraud. All of our folks go through a document recognition course, and they're taught how to look at different documents and determine key indicators for fraudulent papers.
The tax collector says if you are a non-citizen, you don't need to immediately get a new license with this new NC seal. You can do it whenever it's time to renew your license. Live in the studio, I'm Melanie Levy. Back to you, Bob.
Thank you, Melanie. What do you think? And what are your thoughts on the citizenship status being printed on driver's licenses? You can scan that QR code on your screen.
You can scan that QR code on your screen if you'd like to check it out. Is it covered? We fell into a hole? What do you mean? My child couldn't get a driver's license without Social Security. How are they getting them? I don't know what's going on. I'm getting my license next week. I'll take my passport just in case. I love Florida. We have under 21 now, not a citizen. Come on, who's the best governor? DeSantis has been doing a great job as governor. I will give him that. Targeted, try becoming a citizen. If not, go home if you don't like it. That's right. Why would they still be here after 6 years if not a citizen? Let's make it go. Arkansas doesn't care about people with no name given on their license. I've heard that. Let's do the news. That's what I'm doing. What are you talking about? Let's target the people making a stick about it. Yeah. Armed Portland Antifa member Trigger Face Roxanne Souther posted a new video of him singing a song about being a mass shooter and going on a murderous suicidal mission to kill transphobes. This is crazy. I'm not going to play the song because it's probably copywritten or something, but it's crazy. So
she loads up magazine, puts it in her Mac 11 at the fascist gathering.
It's just crazy. All right. Just crazy songs. Crazy songs. All right, let's jump to this news story here. Some people are making guns with 3D printers, and a new law seeks to cancel their print job. That's right. In New York, they want to take control of your First Amendment and Second Amendment rights, and basically prevent you from being able to make your own gun. This is crazy. First of its kind law in New York could force 3D printers sold for homes and businesses to come equipped with technology blocking it from making guns. The new requirement is also under consideration in California, attempts to thwart the latest technique for producing untraceable ghost guns. Every gun made prior to 1968 was not required to have a serial number on it. I don't know, many people don't know that, but they're not like untraceable. They're just guns, Guy should be singing from a cell in Guantanamo. Yeah. The new law also under consider. But there are questions about whether the technology can work and concerns about its effect on personal privacy and constitutional rights. You don't say constitutional rights. About 1/3 of U.S. states have taken steps to ban or regulate build-it-yourself firearms that lack serial numbers and evade background checks required to purchase guns. What makes the new effort unique is that it targets the equipment used to produce firearms, not the people who make them. The blocking technology being pushed in 2 of the nation's most populous states has the potential to set industry standards for 3D printers. It can also serve as a model for other demon rat-led states wanting to add to their gun regulations, which often already ban certain semi-automatic weapons and allow firearms to be temporarily confiscated from people deemed to pose a threat. 11 states have laws prohibiting firearms made by 3D printers. 6 additional states have laws requiring 3D printed firearms to require serial numbers and background checks. Like, oh, what do you know? Look, it's all the leftist states. What do you know? Oh, man. They're regulated, prohibited. Oh, you can't make your own guns. Get your guns the old-fashioned way, inherit them. Yeah. You can make a gun. This is ridiculous. More privately made guns are being used in crimes. 3D printers have become increasingly common over the past couple of decades. Since 2012, the number of 3D printers worldwide has grown by an estimated 30,000 to over 3 million. You don't need to trace American guns. It's none of your damn business. That's right. Inkjet printers, if you try to buy a copy of a scanned $20 bill or other money, the printer will print part, then recognize that you're printing currency and cancel the print job. I've heard that. California compliant printers too, but Hollywood is exempt. Yeah, well, pro 2A state should pass a constitutional amendment against this. Well, here's the thing: is this also violates First Amendment rights because the code is for protected speech. What they're doing is they're forcing them to put code into the machine that they want. The device can make toys, prosthetic limbs, and airplane parts. It can also make firearms or pieces necessary to assemble them using digital designs available online. Homemade guns lack serial numbers, often called ghost guns, because they're hard for law enforcement officers to trace. Here's the thing, too, that they don't like to tell you at all, is that it's almost impossible to trace a lot of guns anyway because they don't have to keep records longer than 7 years. And if the guns change hands, if somebody buys a gun and sells a gun, you don't need to. Most federally, a person could sell a gun to anybody as long as they don't know that person is a prohibited person. You can just sell a gun to somebody. Like, your guy on the street wants to buy a gun. Oh, and you want to sell it to him? There's no law against that. It's a private person-to-person transaction. That would be highly unconstitutional for the government to come in and try to step in between two consenting adults from performing a transaction. The entire FFL thing and the firearms licenses and all that, that's for people who are in the business of selling guns, not private citizens who just perform a transaction. If you have a drill and wood router, don't look up 80%. Yeah. I don't get the fishing license thing. Never made sense to me. I get driving. It's not a right. Marriage, more divorces for actual marriage. It's crazy. Firearms made with printers are increasingly being used in crimes, according to the U.S. Department of Justice. The number of privately made guns recovered in crimes submitted rose from 1,600 to nearly 27,000. Well, out of that 27,000, how many do you think were privately made? Millions? How many guns are recovered? It says in 2023, 27,000. Well, how many other guns were recovered? 100,000? 150,000? Most of the guns that they find were stolen anyway. So how many of these were stolen? In a high-profile New York case, police say a 3D printed gun was likely used to kill the United Healthcare CEO. A New York law signed last month and a bill in California would direct panels of experts to come up with standards for firearm blueprint detection algorithms. The technology would analyze every design submitted for 3D printing, compare it to a digital library, and reject those that are similar. This is fucking insanity. This is speech police. Though the study process would start now, the mandate printers would come with wouldn't begin until 2029 or later. In New York's case, if the study group determines it's not yet feasible. It's like they're passing laws that they don't even know if they can do it, if it's possible. The concept is a bit like a smartphone app that identifies trees or flowers from an uploaded photo. For 3D printers, one possible method could use a geometric analysis of shapes and dimensions from other structural features and reject print jobs that closely resemble firearm parts. Geometric search is mature, it's deployed, it's ready to be applied, said a technical at this Columbia, Ohio base that developed such technology. So this guy has a business. He wants to sell you this stuff. Could 3D printers block too little or too much? The Association of 3D Printing supports the legislation, but it's not going to work. It's more of a political statement than anything else. Criminals will still come up with ways to make guns from 3D printers, either by altering their designs or taking their printing projects elsewhere. The more aggressive the technology becomes, the more likely it also blocks unintended items. Some harmless pipes might look like gun parts, or an S-shaped wall hanger might resemble an auto-sear trigger used to modify a semi-automatic weapon. These sort of censorship algorithms don't work, and they wind up capturing or blocking a lot of lawful speech. See, at least they're doing it. Peeked in on Andy to see all I think is people can be murdered, raped, stolen life. All you take is 2 streets. Grown men throwing a ball in baskets. Streets are full. It's crazy. We are upside down. It's nuts. I see the value of 3D printers going up. Yeah. If print instructions are submitted for a cloud-based artificial intelligence search, it also risks the privacy of people's artistic and proprietary creations. Gun advocates say 3D printers have created a new pathway for people who cannot legally purchase firearms, like children or convicted felons, to nonetheless obtain them. 11 states already generally prohibit 3D firearms, and 6 additional states require them to receive serial numbers. Blocking the actual 3D printing of firearms could make it harder for people to ignore such laws. 3D printing is a new frontier in the fight against ghost guns. Fucking people are liars. The NRA might partly agree with this assertion, though it disagrees with the policy. Despite desperate fear-mongering, homemade firearms are nothing new. They are a proud, time-honored American tradition dating back to the founding of the Republic. He said, these measures only restrict responsible Americans who do follow the law from participating in constitutionally protected activities. I mean, here's the thing. The problem, though, is that, if I'm not mistaken, some of the fucking right-wing people on the Supreme Court, aren't too. They're like, wait, what makes you have a right to build a gun? You can just go buy one. What? You can still buy the piece to build your own lead insertion tool. Yeah. So it's crazy. Oh, here we are. I got to shut off. If you're on Instagram and you're still watching, please go to another platform because it's getting ready to end right now. We're coming up on 4 hours. So please come over to YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Rumble, X, or Facebook. And come back for Jim to tell you the news. All right, we're done on Instagram. All right. Thank you. Private contract. That's right. What kind of lawsuit must be filed to get SOTUS to stop all these restrictions? The problem is we got even like the only person that honestly, the only person on the court that we can trust to protect our rights is Justice Thomas. That's it. He's the only one. Even Alito's squishy. There was a guy printing them just to get cash from a buyback program. Yeah, but then they changed it. Nancy Brophy brought a ghost pew-pew and took out her husband. Oof. Government just wants to spy on your 3D printer. That's right, Schmeckles. That's right. This would do nothing to slow down big illegal gun shops. The only person who would be hindered by these laws are law-abiding citizens and people too dumb to research and workarounds. That's right. This is a Second Amendment fight grows across several states over 3D printing laws. I would say it's more First Amendment too, because the code is protected speech. That's what I would say. That's what I would say. That's what I would say. Let me look. Yep. Well, check this out. That's what I would say. So Tim Barton, a real estate investor with $400 million in assets, said the Biden FBI raided and arrested him because he was an outspoken Trump supporter. He was dragged out of bed at 5 a.m. by the FBI, and they put leg irons on before walking him out. He said the reason for this was he was a whistleblower and found that Chinese investors were suspiciously moving money around and buying American properties. He was arrested. He says he was targeted even though he was a whistleblower just because he supported Trump. I found he is a political donor of Trump, and that's clearly the reason behind him being targeted. Well, no, more than likely what happened, all right, is because Biden's were getting money from the Chinese.
Lo and behold, as soon as Biden got in, all of a sudden I became the one that was dragged out of my bed at 5 o'clock in the morning by the FBI 4 years ago, arrested me, and then they put a prejudgment receiver on me and have taken over $400 million of my assets without any jury trial.
You had $400 million of assets?
Yes.
Wow.
I was one of the biggest real estate developers in Dallas, Texas. I was a big supporter of Trump for many years. We opened the first office in 2016, the first campaign as well as the second. And we had a problem in the real estate business on simple real estate loans. We uncovered that the Chinese were moving money into America, and we put it out in a whistleblower action through the guideposts to the Department of Homeland and also to the FBI. And in 2019, because they're all Chinese, they said that this was not a priority because of all the Russian collusion. The government didn't have time to investigate it. And then, lo and behold, as soon as Biden got in, all of a sudden I became the one that was dragged out of my bed at 5 o'clock in the morning by the FBI. 8 FBI agents dragged me out in handcuffs and leg irons. And after the FBI got me in the holding tank, the agent asked me, Special Agent Ben Whitley asked me, did you like the showtime we gave you? I said, excuse me, sir? He said, yeah, we gave you the showtime, 5 o'clock in the morning on a Friday, bullhorns, bull lights, everything. And we have been already through 2 years of an investigation with the SEC and fully cooperated with them. So we've been fighting every day since then for the injustice that's going on in lawfare and weaponization. In America, you should not be able to take somebody's assets without a jury trial. The Supreme Court had a Jarsky rule saying that the SEC could not take one's assets without a jury trial. And now they got to work around with a prejudgment receiver. And Judge Brantley Starr, the nephew of Ken Starr, is now my judge in the SEC case. And he signed a friend of his, Court Thomas, as the receiver. And they're supposed to be impartial. They're not supposed to be friends. They're not supposed to be going on trips together. Yeah. And 2 weeks ago, we found Judge Brantley Starr took the receiver on a junket with him for a judicial retreat and had him sitting next to him.
So this guy, Tim, he has a bunch of different companies, over 50 different companies, and does a bunch of real estate deals. So when he's doing some of these deals with the Chinese, he finds that the Chinese have all this money that they're moving around in secret, and they're evading laws of foreign money coming into America. So he tries to report this to the SEC and to the DOJ. And what happens is when the Biden administration gets in, they actually target him because he's a longtime supporter of Donald Trump. He says the money that's being brought in by these Chinese investors is being laundered. He says that this is money laundering going on. But instead of taking these claims seriously, the Biden DOJ basically turns around and arrests him. So why would they do this? And the big reason for this is because
10%
Tim
for the
Barton
big guy.
is a donor of Donald Trump.
10% for the big guy. That's why. Wow, you all got to like and subscribe. Love you all. Thank you. Yes, definitely. Everybody like, subscribe. Please hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. It really helps a lot. Helps us out. They shouldn't be able to own American soil if not American. That's right. Yeah. Impeaching them damages it, but can't even do that or dream of removing. Yeah, but they can't even impeach this judge that got caught screwing people in her damn chambers. Can't even do that. Yeah, the future demon rats will continue to do the same thing if you give them the chance. Just crazy. Check this out. A 17-year-old girl was just randomly walking down the road in Briarfield, UK, was randomly stabbed. According to several news outlets, a 30-year-old male has been arrested, but they haven't seen a name published yet. Take from that what you will. Just goes up and stabs her in the neck. Look at that. Oh, probably. Oh, yeah. Looks like definitely a native Britain guy jumping around. Yeah, definitely. Not a Muslim migrant or something. Oh, that's crazy. Huh. So it just keeps happening. Just keeps happening. I carry this for religious reasons. Me too. Right? That's what needs. They need to start carrying their Templar sword. Knights of Christendom need to rise. Needs to rise. This is a war. That's right. Because every other country in the world does this except our dumbasses. That's right. The Battle of Saratoga is a turning point in the American Revolution. We won with ghost guns. That's right. Homemade guns. Always allowed made guns, not used against the people. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Sometimes I think our capitalism will be our downfall because of the foreign money. Quite possible. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Let's see. How many likes we got here? 139. Well, we can get a few more. We can get a few more likes there. We only have 139. And there is 140 people watching. I know there's some people here that haven't hit it. You're so European. Yeah. Here's Devory Darkins, who's a good guy actually to watch. And England doesn't have guns, so it's stabulations instead. Yeah, there's some people still do, but in England, you got to have all these types of permits and stuff. You got to have a license for that gun. You got to have a license to have it. Trump dismantles the Venezuelan gang leadership while Democrats who are soft on crime sit back and whine. Defense Secretary reported that the strike occurred earlier this week on a trendy Aragua compound in Venezuela. The gang has been conducting numerous gruesome murders. Wow. Detendo, this guy.
Breaking news this Saturday overnight, President Trump announcing a, quote, swift and lethal U.S. strike has killed Hector Guerrero Flores, the leader of the notorious Tren de Aragua gang. The organization has been labeled a terrorist organization by the United States. In September, the U.S. State Department had offered rewards of up to $5 million for information leading to Guerrero Flores' arrest. Defense Secretary Hegseth reported that the strike occurred earlier in the week on a Tren de Aragua compound in Venezuela. The gang has been connected with numerous gruesome murders and other gang crimes here in the United States.
That's right. And I agree. I agree with Vince here. Vince says the sad part about these stories is the Biden, DOJ, FBI, etc., is that Biden likely had no idea what was going on. The ones pushing the buttons were so clearly in charge and not the dementia president. I agree. Detendio, detainee, yes. They have another leader already taking over. The titular head, yes. That's right. Karen, my uncle worked for Fish and Game. Yes. Socialists love money too, especially if it belongs to somebody else. That's right. Yeah, they only have a problem is if they run out of other people's money. That's it. Wow. That's it. Luke 22:36. Let he who has no sword sell his cloak and buy one. Yes, that's right. Thousands of patriots are protesting for mass deportation and remigration in Brighton. Take your country back. Yes. This is just crazy stuff, man. Just crazy stuff going on, man. All over the place. Hold on, sorry. Trying to find something else here. All right, so that's what's going on there. Let's see. State police and NYPD riot are out in full force on horseback as the Nick riots keep going. Oh, hold on. Steve, well, be safe. Jim, we might have to test the tornado theory under a watch with large hail and 70 mile per hour wind in southwest Missouri. Well, Steve, be safe, man. You got a basement or storm cellar? I hope so. Take shelter, definitely. Joe may not have been completely aware, but the rest of the crime family he is part of was. Yes. Wow, that's crazy, isn't it? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Someone shared this. We didn't just get into the signal rooms around Delaney Hall. We became admins within the groups. We used to do ticker tape parades for astronauts, victorious military presidents, now overgrown children playing, protests of presidents, 7 states refusing to participate in U.S. fair because of politics. It's crazy. We have plenty of unemployed pilots and plenty of planes, so we can just get Spirit Airline people to deport all those imbeciles. Sounds good to me. Not even the craziest YNs want to get trampled by horses. Yeah, right? They wanted a race war for years. Who would have thought it would be promoted through professional sports? It could be crazy. Could be good. Our people sat in the chairs that route the asks, approve the members, and push supply lists. They have coordinators by name, the handoff patterns, donation routes, drop-off points, staging locations. Concerned community member posts, coordinator responds in minutes, supplies move. This week, the full thread, names, money, locations, the whole machine map from the seat that runs it. Here's what they uncovered. Wow, when did he post this? June 13th, so yesterday. A message a single admin asking the family in New Jersey can help with Delaney protests. Within minutes, she sent me a supply. Also, this guy, great news. Thank you for your efforts. I personally like to give three-letter orgs time to digest the information before I expose it publicly. So they're saying they gave all this over to people to get it there. Sports riots are not new. No, they're not new. They're not new at all. Well, everybody, unfortunately, it looks like we did not hit the goal for another hour. So I think that's going to be it for this evening. I think I'm going to send everybody over to my friend Pat Dixon on YouTube and on Rumble. I think I'm going to send everybody over to Ashelon. I think that's the one on Rumble that will be to see. And so I want to thank everybody who was here tonight. There will be a show tomorrow. I don't know what time, but check your notifications. It should be around 9 o'clock, 8, 9, 10 o'clock somewhere. Thank everybody. Please remember to hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. And please come back tomorrow for Jim to tell you the news.